I approached Tom Bearden yesterday and I said, we're going to abolish the National Security Act. And he sort of lurched backward. And I said, he said, well, we need there's some secrets we got to keep. And I said, you mean military secrets? He says, yes. I said, well, the military can do that. You don't need this National Security Act. He says, well, you're right.
I've got a notice that says we're disconnected. Is it going to tell me we're reconnected? Come on, OBS. It says we're still streaming, but it says 0 kbps. So that's not streaming. That's not streaming. God damn it. What the fuck's happening? 0 kbps. 0 kbps. 0 kbps. Come on. Raise up. 0 kbps is not streaming. Come on now. Are we connected to the internet or what, man? God damn it. Look. Zero kbps. Come on, man. It says no internet. What the fuck? My internet looks fine. What the? Come on now. Is someone denial of servicing me? That wouldn't be nice. I don't think so. I don't like to blame people when it's obviously bots. No, I'm just kidding. What's going on? It says attempting to reconnect. Come on, reconnect already. What's the deal? What happened? Did I do that? Oh, Laura. What am I gonna do? Did I do that? Laura Winslow. Hey, I see the chat room. Love, you having the chat window visible can actually see the timeline. Oh, okay. Are we on? Okay. Are we on? It says reconnection successful. Yay! Okay. It's fucking stressing me out. It was at 0 kbps. Now we're back up at 2634 kbps. I guess, oh, hey, Kevin. Not much. I was... What? Was what my choice? I did not end my stream. We're back right now. I've been struggling to get my stream reconnected, man. It said OBS popped up the notification in my Windows notifications that said disconnected, and I hooked up my Wi-Fi. Notice that? That's new. That's me trying to troubleshoot as a producer, and on top of that, I unplugged the Cat 5 and replugged it because it just dropped out from out of nowhere, man. I don't think anybody killed it. I think it's just some internet congestion. It is about that time of the day. People are getting home from work right now. You know. And I do have the lowest tiered internet there is, so yeah. I've pretty much been with those guys for life, man, ever since the Access Tucson Cable Awards, and even before that, about 7 years back. I'm 30 years deep with Cox. Actually, never mind, it was TCI back then. How could I forget? It was TCI, of course, and then it became Cox. This is my Motorola surfboard. It's really old. It's oh yeah. There's oh well, mine's black, so you can't see it. But this white one over here, that's the one that I plugged in because it was in another area, but I brought it in here specifically, to have more control. Because when you're streaming, you kind of need control over that. Because if something's going on in your live, it kind of sucks. Yeah, man. It's like,
You got white splitters everywhere. You got cables going into every room.
well, no, not exactly, but like, for example, right here, you'll notice my trusty adapter that's hooked up to the wall. If we zoom in on that, you'll notice that it's pretty neat. It has like a coaxial cable, like filter thingammerbob, like right there. And so oh, that's cool, man. Well, if you check this out later, you'll see my finger. I'm like, it's supposed to be like a filter, like a clarifier, as well as an I mean, not like a heavy amplifier, because if you amplify an RF wave too much, it'll start to corrupt, and like the opposite of degrade, it'll like overmodulate. Because a lot of people, they get the degrading signal because of too much line, too much coax, and then they try to make up for it with an amplified signal, and then they end up with a distorted signal that's also degraded at the same time.
Amplified degradation. That's wonderful.
Yeah, then you end up screwing yourself up even more. So really, you just gotta call the cable guy and say, hey, man, send me more signal. Give me a break.
That's right.
Don't I pay enough?
Move it up. Move it up.
Dude,
Move the jam.
I swear to God, man, the starter package is supposed to be like $25 a month. They've got me up to like $70 for the starter package.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's just the way it is, man. It's $25 for like the first 12 months. But after you've been subscribed for like 20 years, it's just kind of like no special for you. You gotta juggle it around, change it to someone else's name, blah, blah, blah. It's ridiculous what a consumer has to do to get a fair rate with regards to anything in this circus of an economy. Like, the hoops that you gotta jump through are redonkulous, and I'd rather just not, because I can't maintain these. Once I jump through a hoop, they're gonna expect me to do it again, and I can't. It's like,
Over and over. Yeah.
it's totally, but yeah, the thing about the wireless is I'm almost convinced. I hate to sound like a conspiracy nut, but man, I was walking through cobwebs, like cobweb after cobweb. My arms, like I'm ready to get electrolysis because every time I get shit on my man hairs, it freaks me out. I gotta get the cobwebs. They're everywhere, dude. Like never before.
Over hours, not 8 hours. Yeah. I'm not really sure about them either. But
I just don't know, man. There's been some strange phenomena I've noticed, and the cobwebs are just the most recent. They're just out of control, man. I've lived here for like 20 years, and I've never had to deal with cobwebs like I got these days. And we got this new G5 tower in the neighborhood just this last, here in 2023. And I don't know, man. My gecko, he got a tumor in its stomach. He's got this lump, and I don't know what to do about it because none of the vets want to operate on him. He's too small and delicate. Like, it's like, where did he get a tumor from? I feed him all natural mealworms. I don't even feed him crickets because I heard... Say what?
broadcasting or watching and dimming again.
Oh, no. It says it's still at 26, 7 kbps, man. It might be your end that dropped me, cause like it says I'm still good, but
Well, I've got the old technology, unfortunately. I got the free Obama phone back in the day, and I'm still using that. Probably 4G of that. I signed up for wireless 5G, but since I already had my Obama phone,
yeah.
I wasn't eligible.
I was gonna say you probably need to upgrade your phone.
Well, I don't want to get rid of it. It's good old standby. Fuck these guys, you know. I told them about it. The guy still handed me the box. Said, no, it's free.
But no, dude, like the manufacturer, they probably made a new version that's exactly the same, but that has the new upgraded protocols and necessary interfaces built into the mainboard, the system on a chip, the SoC. If you could probably find out from the maker of the phone, because if you don't want to abandon your phone because you like it, that's cool. They probably got an upgrade, man, and then you'd have faster phone service.
I'm not talking about my phone. I'm talking about my free service.
Oh.
And then with the, like, safely, Obama. It started off as Obama phone, you know, free and
Yeah.
I go out and get it.
Dude.
And I got the card and put it in the safely.
I'm pretty sure that everybody's supposed to be like really fast, but CDMA is the standard, you know, like the Sprint, like CDMA, whereas GSM, the AT&T and the T-Mobile, there's only 2 Obama phone providers that actually do that.
Interesting, yeah. Like I say, I'm old school, and when something works, I don't give it up. Matter of fact, you know, they owe me, because they give me the free 5G wireless button box. It was really good and fast, but then they sent me the bill, you know?
Oh, that's not cool.
It's supposed to be free, man. What the hell's going on? And they went, no, I had affordable care. I already used it for my phone. I said, Act or whatever it is, you know? Affordable Connectivity Act. And I said, well, back then it wasn't called that. You know, I told you I had like an Obama told this.
Yeah, there's 2 types. There's the Lifeline.
I thought this was a new program. He shouldn't penalize me. You know, he didn't tell me. He's like, you lied to me. Fuck you guys. I'm not paying you shit. You know?
No shit, you shouldn't have to, because there's a thing called Lifeline that's been around a long time, and there's a thing called the Affordable Internet, and that's like what everybody's using right now, because it works for mobile phones. Yeah.
But, yeah. So, but I had it for like 2 months for free. It was fast. You know, that's what I was playing around with. Yeah, I had my 5G Verizon.
Yeah, you gotta either provide an income statement that shows you're below poverty level, which is something like, I think, 15 grand or less, or you gotta have a Medicare card that proves that you're getting Medicare.
Yeah, I got my access card. You know?
Well, that should be good enough to prove.
That's why I thought, okay, something's fishy here. They did grab my phone when I got my phone years ago. They had to, you know, show my access, you know, my access for help. I'm like, okay, that's good, but the guy didn't tell me that. So they made me into like a thief, you know?
You know, this is a matter of, like, I feel like we're in an era where they're trying to make the internet more secure. They're trying to ensure people's privacy and anonymity. Like, everybody's claiming to be woke and tolerant of other people. It seems like we're trying to go into some kind of enlightened era or something where everybody's kind of working from the same even playing field, you know? So, you know,
Not really.
well, that's not cool, man.
But they don't do it.
Well, I'd say try again with a different provider. Fuck your provider, dude. There's like a dozen. Mine is True Connect. Go with True Connect. I have unlimited data. I have unlimited SMS and phone calls. Lightning fast 5G. Granted, the tower in my neighborhood doesn't hurt, but seriously, unlimited True Connect, they're badass. They don't give everybody unlimited. I'm a really observant customer, and I took advantage of a deal, but I think you can get it if you ask. They're GSM, too.
Can't share with other stuff, so that's like 15 gigs.
Yeah. You know, I use my phone as a hotspot, but I don't. Yeah.
Everybody says, oh, just change to Verizon and make
Fuck Verizon.
Wi-Fi.
I hate Verizon. They can suck my dick. They can suck my nut. I've never liked Verizon. Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Fuck you, Verizon. Who the fuck's calling me? Hello?
Yeah, they can hear you, but they're not listening.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I'll check it. I'll get back to you, okay? Thanks. Bye. Sorry about that. What? No, Verizon sucks. Virgin Mobile sucks. I'm sorry, Sir Branson, or whatever your name is. I know you've been to outer space and you're a virgin, but your fucking phone service and Boost and goddamn, if that's even still around. And I'm basically like a T-Mobile, AT&T kind of person, you know. Well, GSM, man. Like, I have a book here called the Telecommunications Handbook. It's like 20 years old, and it predicted all this stuff. And it wasn't a prediction because it was basically the layout. This is basically a plan that we've been on for years. With a book. Damn it! I can't find anything now that I cleaned the place up. Oh crap! Yeah. Is this it? Nah, this is Unix power users, son of a bitch. Well, the Telecommunications Handbook, it talked about the smartphones, and the 3G was the only thing. It talked about how we were going to work towards 3G and beyond, and like, you know, like, the CDMA, as far as I'm concerned, is inferior, really. I wouldn't pay for it, let alone, I don't even want it for free. I wouldn't take it for free, let alone pay for it. That's what I was trying to say. But these providers like TrueConnect, my GSM provider, they have pay plans for data. You can buy data by the block or text and minutes, you know, if need be. Or if you're an awesome customer like me, they might hook you up with an unlimited account. Like, you know, it's all up to you, really. You don't have to stay stuck with SafeLink or, you know, there's like 10 of them. Yeah. Well, better than Comcast, I suppose. Fuck Comcast. Hey, Comcast, can you hear me now? Fuck you too, and Verizon. Yeah. Well, the way I look at it is there were many basic cable subscribers that would pay the minimal rate of $10 a month just to have public access and to have the local channels with perfect reception, but they would upgrade. They'd upgrade to digital every once in a while, you know they did. And they wouldn't have if they wouldn't have been basic customers. Yeah.
You know, I don't think they changed their fucking bylaws about it. We're still supposed to make sure that we have it. We really don't. So,
Yeah, dude, if they're still collecting a fraction of the cable customer dollar for public access, we should do a class action lawsuit, dude, because they're not supposed to collect money. They're not supposed to collect money for that. You know, people, they always... Remember all the ignorant phone callers that used to talk about taxpayer dollars, blah, 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 and we'd have to school them and say, no, it's not taxpayers, it's cable customers that pay for public access.
yeah, that's important, dude. But the actual user paying for it, subscribers.
I think it showed up on the bill, though, didn't it?
They kind of hid it all. You know, I don't know how long it's been a cable bill, and of course it wouldn't be there now. But
Well, if they were still collecting, I'd say it's class action time, but I don't think they are. I think they stopped. I don't know, though. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not an accountant either, so...
I'm sure the city is still
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I swear, man, I'm so fed up. You know, I'm just really fed up with this whole fucking system, dude. It's like, I don't care if we're talking about corporations. I don't care if we're talking about the monetary system and using cash money. I don't care if we're talking about the whole, like, you know, 9 to 5 employment or part-time versus full-time and benefits versus... You know what? I think it's all just a bunch of fucking mind control manipulation bullshit, and the only reason people play the game is because they're subjected to the subliminal mind control, and they don't know how to, like, reject it, so they just, like, fucking go along with it because everybody else is doing it. It's kind of like when you show up at a party and everybody's got their thumb to their nose going, oh, so you put your thumb to your nose and go, and then everybody looks at you and goes, what the fuck are you doing? Are you retarded? And you go, I don't know. I was just doing what you guys were doing. And they're like, we weren't doing anything. You were just susceptible to the power of suggestion, you retards. And you just play the stupid game when... Really, your free time is worth a lot more than anything anyone could pay you. If you're an entrepreneur, I hope you get rich. You know, granted, 90% of small businesses fail. So in the first year. I didn't. I'm still around. J Squared Web Hosting. Oh yeah, and they want to get the tax breaks, right? They say we can buy everything and write it off, and somehow it'll be. Oh, You know what, dude? I've been ripped off by a seminar company that was masquerading as Amazon. The AWS Amazing Wealth System got me for $5,000. eBay recently ripped me off for $300, and they wouldn't credit me back because I took longer than I should have. Time ran out, and I just recently got ripped off by Endurance Extended Warranty Service, but they credited me back the other day, so I don't think I'm actually gonna get ripped off. But, you know, it's a slippery slope. But for a second, for about a month, I thought I got ripped off by another fucking corpo. And I was just about ready to just never buy anything ever again. Yeah, I stick with the basics. I thought I'd get an extended warranty because my PT Cruiser, it kind of needed a new radiator and new motor mounts, and it needed about $2,500 worth of shit that I had to charge, and like you know, it's like whatever, man. It's all good. Don't cry for me, old Susanna, because I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. So don't cry for me, old Susanna. Yeah, they broke the contract. They ripped up the contract because they said I lied about the odometer. And I didn't lie about shit. I got confused, man. I got fucking head trauma, man. And not only that, I take strong medication. Like, I'm sorry. And I think my mom was the one that read the mileage wrong with her fucking old lady eyes anyways. But, you know, it's been so long, I can't say for sure what happened. But it's like, they said 30 days went by, they had to rip up the contract. Like, I don't understand all these corpos and their time limits, man. It's totally fucked up. It's like, you know, I don't live in a vacuum. I don't live in a vacuum where time is an hourglass and I'm stuck inside the hourglass. I live in the real fucking world and I can't always check my email. I can't. Yeah. You know, just because my email arrives on my phone doesn't mean I'm in any condition to fucking look at it. You know, I've been through a lot. Exactly, man. When you get old, you know, like retirement age, you know, it's like you're retired, you kind of break from the habits of, you know, the younger folks, and it's like, that's when you really get fucked by the corpos. You know, I just told you I got ripped off by eBay. Granted, this was right before the 60 Minutes expose where they showed what the customer support, how they were laughing at the people that called in for tech support, how they would just make fun of them and ridicule them with the mute button pushed. That was right, I got ripped off right before that expose was made. So thank God for investigative journalism, because otherwise people probably wouldn't even believe me. You know,
That's why I haven't used PayPal. Just premium one chip. That was the last thing I bought was PayPal.
well,
You know, emails from them and shit, but no, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm going to use my bank card and that's it. You know?
I mean,
So,
PayPal's okay, dude. I mean, like, if you know what they say, like, don't trust anyone as far as you can throw them, right? You know, so it's like, I trust PayPal with the small transactions of convenience that I need. Shit, man, they even gave me a fucking credit card, you know? Like, what are you gonna do?
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Like I said,
You know, I'd say don't, because it's just another way to get ripped off. It's just another way to get ripped off, but I mean, like, yeah, I blame eBay, not PayPal, for my problems, but I'm almost over it. It's almost a new fucking year, dude. It's almost 2024. I mean, I really gotta find new stuff to bitch about. I've had, like, several people die. I've had my pet get really sick. You know, my car was dead for over a year. You know, my fucking medication ran out like a long ass time ago, and I've had to survive without something I lived on for 15 years. My fucking fentanyl patches, chemical imbalances from hell. You know, but at the same time, I picked up my skateboard and started doing that again, and you know, there's the stream. I've managed to keep that going. What?
that's how you travel by skateboard. You don't have a vehicle right now?
I got my car fixed a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well, you need to come by his house sometime, man.
All right, invite me over.
I'm going to set up some stuff. Maybe you get public access like going again. Although it's totally different. It's all going to be, I don't know what, cloud.
Well, you're gonna have to get an SSL secure certificate, so you might want to consider Sectigo. I was getting into the business of selling SSL certificates with because I used to work with well, you know what? It doesn't matter because I'm not gonna do that shit, man. I'm not doing anything. I don't rely on me for anything, please. Nobody rely on me for anything. I'll tell you, go with Sectigo, or like, there's a company called, or there's an organization, Let's Encrypt, that lets you do it automatically on request. And you're just going to need that stuff in this day and age, because nobody operates without the SSL anymore. Or, you know, TLS, Secure Certificate. Yeah, man. It's a key. It's an encryption key, so that way you can have your secure connection and verify that you are who you say you are. It's a signature as well as a key. It's you know, dude. Okay, my wisdom is. Here's my wisdom. My wisdom is Bright Idea Records still operates on port 80, located at http://brightidearecords.com. And most web browsers, when they go to it, it says, "Oh, this is not secure. Are you sure you want to continue?" And half of them don't even let the user continue because it's not encrypted, even though the site is totally legit, totally secure. You know, I'd get a secure certificate. I just don't sell enough records to justify it. So.
That's right.
Yeah. But yeah, man, if you're gonna do the public access type of makerspace or whatever, I'm sure you can get the donations if you use something like Buy Me a Coffee or the oh crap, what's the Patreon? Patreon is the other one that works pretty good. I hear, anyways. I don't use that shit because I'm not begging for shit. I just want you to buy my music, but it's a Bandcamp. If you can't get the Bright Idea, you just look up Bandcamp. But anyway.
Look up make work. You just got shit and shit for people. Do you remember that?
Yeah, dude, producer of Instant Access. That sounds pretty cool, dude. You know, you know, I can always do some. You know, I used to be a tech support guy, and I still got pretty good tech support skills, so I can always remotely assist either via telephone, video communications of telecommunication, or otherwise. So. Okay, I want you to go into Start, Settings, Control Panel, and then I'm going to have you go... Alright, yeah. Pretty good at that shit.
Okay, you know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know probably half the stuff he's got either if it'll work together, but he was a madman buying stuff. So he's got all kinds of stuff I need to sort out what will work. I mean, basically I need a rack, I need a server, I need some hard drives, I need software, I need some kind of cloud account that I convert it to a cloud.
I don't know, man. If I were you, I would try to keep up and stay as modern as possible. Cause like, I can't do 2K, and I can tell nobody gives a shit. Like, if I could do 2K or better, I'd probably be getting a lot more support or attention. But like, you know, HD at the very least, you know. But preferably 2K higher. What did I say? 2K? It's been a long day. It's been a long day. What can I say? I'm thinking of Y2K bug, I guess. Sorry, man. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. What? No, dude. It's still at 2687 kbps. It's cool, man.
You're there. It's funny just putting that up on my screen.
Dude, my back is getting sore, and I need a cigarette, so I'm gonna finish playing this broadcast of this old tape, and then I think I might play a video game or take a nap, one or the other. We'll see what happens first.
Well, you need to come over to the house sometime. Look up. I'm on the south side, 4th Avenue and 25th Street.
That's cool, dude. I'll keep that in mind. And don't be a stranger. Alright.
No.
Later, Kev. And now back to the regular scheduled programming, eh? Why not? Sure. There's still a few minutes left of this. Where did we leave off?
Yesterday, at this Brain Mind Symposium here at, what's the name of this hotel? The Continental Hotel near LAX. There were 100 people there. And I asked them, how many of you have been brainwashed? And then every one of them raised their hand. I said, how many of you have been mind controlled? About 10% raised their hand. I said, how many of you cannot, absolutely cannot, how many of you believe that you cannot be made to change your mind, change your belief against your knowledge and without your consent? Only one person raised their hand. So it gives you an idea of what people are experiencing. And then I asked them questions about their government, how they felt about it. And I'm telling you, it's a cynical time. Now, this might not be these are people that got up out of bed and came down here to hear me talk, you know. So it's a different, and thank you, guys, for mentioning it on the radio. Several of them came up to me and said, I heard about you on the radio, and I came down. You know. So, appreciate it. But it was an interesting audience. It's people that are concerned now. And I think there's a groundswell rising. And one part of this is, the thing I talked about mostly was the abolition of the National Security Act. We've got to, God bless Hazel Larry, you know, Department of Energy. It used to be called the Atomic Energy Commission, you know. Now it's the Department of Energy. She releases 33 million years more involved than us. Come here and help us out, because I think we need help. I think the human race is in a big mess. But unfortunately, it looks like Martin Cannon is right. It took me a couple of years to come to terms with that, or at least he's partially right. I don't think he's explained the entire UFO thing by his thesis. I think the book is worth reading, The Controllers. But I've since done my own research and found out that there is much more to Cannon's thesis than even Cannon knew about. And because now we have a number of the monarch victims and other survivors of mind control, the government mind control, who are telling us that as children 15 or 20 years ago, they were inside of a gray costume, so to speak, an articulated costume, very advanced for its day, and they were played a role in pulling off a fake abduction scenario for somebody that was under influence of drugs. The first story I heard was they'd given this guy sodium amytal, and there he is, sort of floating in and out of the Twilight Zone, and they're making him believe that he's been abducted. But recently, one of these handlers says it's done with stun guns. It's done with high voltage electricity. And he said, if you'll get me a volunteer at one of these workshops, that one of the things we want to put together, you're going to have to sign all whoever the volunteer is going to have to pardon us from any liabilities, but he's going to induce an alien abduction experience with this high voltage electricity zap, and amnesia as well, and a post-embedded command, and he's going to do it just like the aliens scenario is. So the cattle mutilations and all of that, they're called screens and scrambles. I'm working with a psychologist now who does not wish to be named because it's such a controversial area of research, and the psychiatric and psychological community is so highly political and so involved with so much big money and so corrupt that she says, I don't want people to know who I am right now. But she's doing a lot of research, and she's made a graph and cross-correlated the different ritual abuse phenomenon, the random abuse phenomenon, alien abduction phenomenon, and mind control phenomenon. And it's really all the same. It follows a pattern. It's all the same. And so that's what makes us believe that we know also from the testimony of people that are recovering from this mind control stuff, that it's not someone 30 years, 30, 35 years. They're just now beginning to remember what they did. And some of the things, they were from multiple generational incest families, a lot of them women, 70-80%. And of course, because of the anatomy and physiology of females, sex can be a very traumatic experience. And especially the abuse, sexual abuse at an early age as a child.
I'd like to ask you about that subject, especially in regard to the Franklin cover-up.
Yes. Some of these people are the ones that I'm talking about. Even Paul Bonacci was.
Right. Right.
He was one of the informants. And he describes, it's not widely known, but he describes an alien situation. He calls it alien programming.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, do you think that the efforts to discredit the returning memories of these victims is an attempt by the psychiatrists to protect this method of mind control?
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to. Yeah, I think they're trying to.
I mean, this is what they call false memory.
Yeah, spindrome is what I call it. Well, it's not a syndrome. It's not scientifically a syndrome. They're very rigid. There's a definition to the word syndrome, and the thing that's being described as the false memory syndrome doesn't fit the definition. It's not a syndrome. So I call it a spindrome. I think the false memory phenomenon is a lot of hot air. I mean, it's not only a lot of hot air. I think it's a deliberate. Martin T. Orrin, and a couple of other MK Ultra psychiatrists are on that board of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
Well, Peter Breggin says that these psychiatrists get around in groups and they make up these phrases,
yes.
Like attention deficit disorder.
Yeah, that's right.
They're just pure.
That's right. I talked to Colin Ross, who's probably the leading man on multiple personality disorder. President of and all that stuff. He's a Canadian, and he's trying to live down Cameron's work. And I said to him, Colin, the psychiatrists are the ones that created this whole mind control mess. He made the statement that military or government mind control is going to keep psychiatry alive for the next 10 years because people are, this is obsolete now, the way they did it now. They're turning these people loose. They're not killing them. They used to kill them, and these kind of spies, Now they're just turning them loose, and you've got armies of zombies walking around, people with no memories and scrambled memories and all kinds of psychological problems, traumatized, dissociated, multiple personality disorder. But there's a difference between a random person that's just been abused by some drunk father, say, and a military, somebody that's been taken as a child, as an MTPD child, and then developed and disciplined. And then there's also a difference in the alien. The alien abductee is very passive. It's like their soul has been pacified, and the regular abuse victim is angry. He's got a tremendous amount of anger. So it's very interesting to see the difference. But they all describe the same thing. You go down the chart, you can't believe the similarities in set and setting and animate and inanimate objects that they've described. Psychiatry. Look, the technology that we have now discovered, the electronics, the stun gun techniques, the thing I call it neurolinguistics programming, which was partly a CIA, a result of a CIA effort. All this information, it's now leaking out into the public. Conceivably, Delta Force was the name I was looking for before, the guys in the black pajamas. They're hypnotized.
Hey, you guys ever play that video game Beyond Two Souls? Beyond Two Souls starring... what's that actress's name that was in that movie, Juno? Anybody know? I'm drawing a blank. I keep telling Debbie, if you're still watching, Kevin, that she should watch like a YouTube video of somebody playing Beyond Two Souls, because it's, is it Paige? Is it Helen Page? Did somebody say? The chick from Juno, the actress? The actor? Well, anyways, yeah, alright. I just had to throw that out there, because I don't know much about the CIA, really. But I know that video game, that's for sure. Okay. Back to the program.
Conceivably, you could take the Delta Force guys and find out their codes, cues, and triggers and turn them around against their commanding officers. You see what I mean? So what can be done can be undone. Anything that can mind control, anybody that knows the codes, cues, and triggers can take over from the handler. And turn the thing around.
Bringing back people's memories seems to be a more difficult problem.
Well, it's not just the memories. It's like the trauma comes with the memories. But there are ways now to treat that psychiatry has got to learn. Like psychiatry cannot cure a phobia, but I can cure a phobia in 10 minutes,
Could you be more specific on that?
Well, neurolinguistics programming can cure a phobia in 10 minutes.
But the memories?
You dissociate from the memories, and you look at the memory like a movie screen, and there's a technique involved, and you look at it over and over again until you're bored with it, right? And then you go on and you're free of it. So your phobia is gone. Well, a lot of the fear is what's being used here. Fear motivates people. Fear is trauma, And
if you guys are curious, I'm listening to this because I found it. I'm dealing with backups and hard drives and data, bits and bytes. But also, I've had a lot of post-traumatic stress triggers lately from a bunch of people dying that were close to me. And, just bad situations. Money's kind of a trigger because... well, I don't really want to talk about it, but, I had insurance when I worked for an internet company, and then I got laid off, and then I had no Aetna, and then like a week later, or a month later, I'm on tour, and this shit happens, and oh my God, it was like the worst possible time not to have health insurance. So still to this day, I'm still fucked up over money, and death, and failure, and trauma, and bullshit, and I want to get away from it. I had some EMDR therapy, back in the 20-aughts, and I'm thinking I might need some more or something. I just can't deal with anything. I'm really freaked out all the time. And I feel like other people should be freaked out too, but it's like water off a duck's back. You know, it's like I used to think when I was a computer programmer developer guy, I'd think, I better make damn sure there's no bugs in my code, you know, and my employers are like, just release it. We'll work on the bugs later. And I'm like, but if there's a bug, it could result in a security vulnerability, and God only knows. I don't want to, you know, it's like nobody takes shit seriously but me, and that's why I don't do shit. Because, like, what's there to take serious when you don't do shit, right? But I'm really thinking I just need some more EMDR or maybe some NLP or something. I don't want to get hypnosis because that's a little bit too much like subliminal fucking mind control, you know? And not only that, but it doesn't always take. Like, you know, if you get hypnosis to, like, lose weight and stop smoking, you'll probably lose weight and stop smoking, but after a matter of time, you know, it'll wear off, if you know what I mean. You'll get reconditioned, because the human mind gets conditioned to things. We have these meningeal folds. Maybe you've heard me talk about them. Anyways, there's some context for you. I'm sorry. I'm just sharing.
And trauma creates phobias. I saw my teacher get 5 people who couldn't wash their face because they'd almost drowned. You know, had a phobia of water. They used Noxzema. They consumed great quantities of face creams and stuff. And he got them to swim within 15 minutes. And one lady is the kind of person, I know another person is this way too, their bones are so heavy that they sink, they don't float. She dove in and sank to the bottom of the pool and was swimming, doing the frog kicks, and swung up to the shallow end and stood up and said, "Wow, I can swim," you know. And she was cured forever, you know, of her phobia. Now she can wash her face and take a shower and what have you. But and all phobias can be cured, but I don't think psychiatry knows this. I mean, the general run-of-the-mill psychiatrist doesn't know how to do this.
Oh, they're
and it's
into
very simple.
Pharmaceuticals.
And they're into suppressing, giving drugs and suppressing the symptoms. You know?
Dr. Bob Beck has utilized psychoelectronic techniques, employing a device called the brain tuner to help people off heroin and other addictions. What can you tell us about some of the positive uses of these techniques?
Well, all of it. Every one of these mind control techniques have been used to enslave people. Some of the electronic realm of it is new, but all of it is as old as mankind. The use of sound and color and lights, mantra and mudra and all that, the Sufi meditation things, those are very positive things, and they use the same technology that is being used to enslave people. So, any of this can be turned around, and Bob is doing some great work. He has sold, he's worked for the government, and he's probably feeling a little guilty about some of the things that he's done, the way they've been put to use. I would think that the psychiatric community, Colin Ross said to me, I said virtually every doctor in the psychiatric community of a certain generation worked for Operation Project Mind Control. He says, you're absolutely right. And I said, then that means you guys got a lot of work to do to clean it up. You made the mess, now you got to clean it up. And he said, you're absolutely right.
Thanks, Walter. We'll return in a moment. Welcome back to Contemporary Communications Conference, Walter. The two-time Nobel Prize nominee, Dr. Robert Becker, writes in his 1990 book, Cross Currents, that since the mid-1970s, Dr. Jose Delgado, Spanish neurophysiologist, shifted his interest from direct electrical stimulation of the brain to the use of electromagnetic fields to produce fear, anxiety, and rage in humans by exciting specific areas of the brain. This work was not published in any scientific journals, but it was covered in Omni Magazine's February 85 issue. In the Congressional Record, number 26, volume 118 of February 24th, 1974, Delgado states, and I quote, We need a program of psychosurgery for political control of our society. The purpose is physical control of the mind, which was the title of his book, incidentally. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically mutilated. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electronic stimulation of the brain, unquote. Since you cover Delgado in your book, have you updated your research on him?
Well, Delgado retired, as you know. He did that, and that's what he did, and he retired. Others took over from where he left off. And I think some of the work, side tributaries of his work are very, very interesting. Delgado, I think of him as the epitome of the mad scientist, you know.
Yeah.
And anybody that could buy that has got to be nuts. I mean, they're not an American. This guy's not an American. He's back in Spain, you know. And I think he functions very well under a monarchy, you know, because he thinks like a dictator. Anybody that suggests a psycho-civilized society is... we have the technology today with mind control, the beneficial use, the humane results, the application, the influencing with integrity is what it's all about. It's got to be. We have the ability to rehabilitate prisoners, criminals of all kinds, and turn them into productive people. We're into punishment instead. We have a political problem in this country. This society is sick from the top down, and this is what's coming out in the testimony of these victims, survivors of mind control. Some of the asides of Delgado are the Russians picked up. You know, where I mean, we messed around with monkeys, you know, and sticking needles in the monkeys' brains. The Soviets stuck the needles in the humans' brains, and they were trying to cure this woman of Parkinson's disease, and they found her orgasm center. And of course, every time they stimulated it, she got an orgasm. So she'd have thousands of orgasms a day, and she fell in love with the guy that held the button and followed him around. Then they stuck another needle in another part of the brain, and they hit her pleasure center. And
dude, that's like some Eon Flux shit. You ever see that cartoon by Peter Chung? The guy that did Rugrats? Yeah, they did that. It's called thanatophobia, I think it's where they find the spinal cord. Anyways, yeah, the same.
Turned out that she lost interest in the guy with the first button and started following around the guy with the second button. And you can't do this with a monkey. You can't ask a monkey what does it feel like, but you can ask a human being, and they ask this lady, what's the pleasure center? What's that mean? What's it feel like, the pleasure center? She said it's like learning. It's discovery. It's like, wow.
Well, they use the needles through the skull here, too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
John Lilly did
Yeah.
needles through
Yeah,
the skull.
but monkeys. We didn't do humans.
Excuse me.
We did
It
animals.
was only animals.
Animals, And
Have they since done any on humans?
I think they've done some Parkinson's stuff on humans, electrostim. But it's not predictable, and they haven't got it down to a fine science. I had people calling me saying, this one particular gentleman, a writer, called and said his wife had Parkinson's, and he really wanted to find out what that research was all about, and he checked into it, and it wasn't, it was pretty rough and crude stuff with unpredictable. The results weren't as controllable and predictable, and they weren't sure of the side effects and the damage that would go, because it's sort of like, again, the magnetic tape metaphor when you put a field. But the magnetic fields, you don't have to it's almost like kahuna, healing. You don't have to stick a needle into the brain. You can just manipulate the field outside and affect the patterns of thought. So it's like, EMR or something, electronic magnetic resonancing is
ESB.
Yeah, well, that's electronic stimulation of the brain. It's direct needles into the brain.
Oh.
But if you just manipulate the magnetic field outside, if you put a big magnetic field, you'll have behavioral effects. And this is part of
Dr. Beck talks
this is
about
part
that.
of the this is part of the mental telepathy system that people are suffering from.
When Jim Jones moved his People's Temple to Ukiah, California in 1965, the group immediately infiltrated the Mendocino State Mental Hospital, which would provide not only test persons, or TPs as the Nazis call them, for his preliminary experiments, but also a training ground for the many medical technicians he needed for the final experiment. Soon every employee of the hospital was a member of the People's Temple. California virtually gave the hospital to Jim Jones, and when the patients were released from it, they were released into the charge of the People's Temple. Since the publication of the book Was Jonestown a CIA Medical Experiment by Michael Myers in 1988, has any new information come to your attention that would enlighten us as to the real purposes of the Jonestown operation?
Well, I haven't written Myers' book, as I told you. I look forward to doing that. I think it's a good premise. There's enough, but what I have read about Jonestown, and some of the people that I've read have referred to Myers' book, there's indication that it was a CIA experiment. And for what purpose? It's a multi-purpose. I know more about Waco through the Paul Wilshire letter to Janet Reno. The CIA is very interested in cults and using.
I just want to say, if you haven't seen David Koresh play guitar, I'd say look it up on YouTube. It's the guy can play. He's not bad. I'd say he's better than Charles Manson, you know? Just saying. In my humble, honest opinion. It's like better than Manson. But I think Manson prided himself on his lyrics, so I don't know. I wasn't there, but hey, man, you can find it on YouTube, I think.
Cults. You can manipulate people's belief systems. If you can find out what a man believes and then his syntax, in other words, anything that you do, any expertise that you've got, how you do that. Let's say you're a great golfer. What do you believe about golfing? You know, you believe, well, if the grass is growing the wrong way, I'm going to have a hard time. Well, that's the belief you want to change, you know. So if you can find out what a person believes that's successful and duplicate the belief, adapt the belief to your own, and then what do you see, hear, feel, in which order in the process of doing the task, you can duplicate the result. Right? So when you get a group of people, especially with this, Anthony Robbins is a great teacher. He's a marvelous man, and he uses all the stuff that fundamentalist revivalist meetings use. Music, light, sound, you know.
I think that's Anthony Robbins. We could listen to that.
Steve Martin film with what is the fundamentalist revivalist? What's the name of that film? A wonderful film. It shows the technology behind the revival meeting, singing, dancing, clapping. Say something, get a group of people saying something, chanting it over and over again, and then get them to anchor it in their physiology by dancing or clapping their hands together or something. It's very powerful. It's using the memory in your body to reinforce the information. So you can really change behaviors this way. So that's just part of the research that would go on with cults and groups, you know. Now, in Waco, according to Wilshire's letter, and according to the Delta Force guys that went in there and murdered some of these people, right? They had a problem of conscience because these were sitting ducks. These people were captive sitting ducks. They used according to Wilshire's letter, and now we know that Wilshire is dead. You know, he was hit by some electronic weapon, it looks like.
Sitting ducks.
Exploded his inner organ.
Fish in a barrel. I like those.
It was found in the toilet.
I like fish
internal
too,
hemorrhage.
but I like eating them.
And they took his organs to Walter Reed Hospital.
Omega-3s. Come on.
This is where they take the microwave and other non-lethal weapons research victims. Right? Waco and Jonestown are two examples of CIA interference, and this is why we've got to abolish the National Security Act. This has got to stop. we've got the Nazis on our hands.
Are the mass shootings at McDonald's in San Diego, the Stockton, California schoolyard, San Francisco Business Tower, and Long Island Railroad, just to mention a few, the work of mind-control terrorists?
Yeah, you got to talk to a guy named Mike Knight he's up in Sacramento, I believe. He's a cop, former cop, and he's been investigating for a number of years this very question. And he has a lot of information that suggests that the tower sniper, remember what was the name of the tower guy?
Ferry.
Yeah, that he was, there's a lot of military intelligence and a cryptocracy connection, mind control connection to a lot of these things. He got into the Son of Sam and the Zodiac murders too. And he says the pattern is unbelievable. He's worth an interview for you. Sometime.
Would you relate this to gun control in some way?
Yeah. Well, this is how it's being used. I mean, you have enough nuts. The whole society is being engineered this way. I mean, the programming. The word programming on television, it means programming. And the violence in England, you don't have violence on television. They don't show it. And of course, they don't allow guns there either. But you have sexual murders like Jack the Ripper. You have these weird, perverted, repressed guys going crazy off in the dark alleys of London. But and you have these weird, strange sex crimes. But of course, we're having now we're having those to the in the bizarre
I don't know enough about it.
manifestations recently. We didn't used to. I think a lot of it's on television. There's a phenomenon called audiovisual desensitization going on. When you have all this violence, murder, mayhem, all the blood and guts and explosions, action, adventure on television and what have you, you end up with people that are desensitized to it. And little kids are taking a gun and saying, "Oh, let me shoot him like on TV," and blowing people away. And of course, there's plenty of guns around.
Desensitized to shit. I got
well, that's a question I have about the Ludovico treatment, in the Clockwork Orange.
Yes.
If they were desensitized, I mean, they were showing him films of violence, but they weren't. Were they desensitizing him?
Yes.
In other words, to stop him from.
Well, they were. It was like the same thing. A phobia cure would be without propping your eyes open and forcing you to watch the film. This was, it wasn't quite right what they showed, but they showed it, they gave the general impression, okay, but it wasn't quite right. It was, but they were trying to desensitize him too.
The way you characterize Luis Castillo, Lee Harvey Oswald, Sirhan, James Earl Ray, it suggests a unifying theory behind the idea of the, quote, lone nut assassin. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I didn't say they were assassins, right? I said they're patsies, most of them. And this is the cover story. Usually there's a shooter on all the assassinations. They're highly trained professional military marksmen, and or more, or several of them in some cases. And then the rest of them are just throwaways. Now, we don't know if that's true of Luis Angel Castillo or not, because there was no assassination, no crime. But with Sirhan, it's pretty obvious now, time gone by, that somebody else shot him from behind, and that Sirhan was just randomly shooting, and he was hypnoprogrammed.
With blanks.
Hey, Sirhan, whatever will be, will be. Okay, Sirhan. When I was just a little girl, somebody shot the Kennedys. But then I know then, but what I know now, dead politicians are the best ones for me. Okay, Sirhan. That message brought to you by Bright Idea Records. I gotta go get, oh shit, I can't remember. I was gonna go get some, my Clockwork Orange Anthony Burgess book. I want to see that mind control part, how well that was done in the book, because I know, and I'm gonna listen to this on my fucking phone, alright, so, I'll be right back. And I'm going to get some more Mountain Dew for my ZPA as well. So keep listening if you want. I don't.
It could have been blanks, or it could have been actual bullets, but he was hypnoprogrammed. And you know, he said mind control in his diary. He could write, which also, by the way, now, you know, it indicates he had 3 personalities there. Each one was answering. So he kept saying things in threes, you know. He'd write them down in 3 times. And
So
well,
actually
nobody probed that. Nobody really resolved Sirhan. He's still in prison up there with a scrambled brain, you know.
So the only one we know who actually killed somebody was Mark David Chapman.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So since Fenton Bressler's book Who Killed John Lennon came out in 1989,
yes. Good book.
Has any new information come out on Chapman?
I don't know. I haven't studied the Chapman case
Because
at
they
all.
keep bringing him back on TV.
They do.
Barbara Walters interviewed him.
Is that right?
I don't know, 6 months ago or so. And
Yeah.
she even asked him directly, you know, are you controlled? And
Yeah.
he said no, which of course can mean nothing, I suppose. But
Yeah. Well. Yes. Can you be made to do something against your will and without your knowledge? Most people would tell you no.
But the answer is yes.
Of course it is. And the easiest person to hypnotize is the person that says, I can't be hypnotized, because the hypnotist never tells you, yes, you can. They say, of course you can't be hypnotized. And they establish a rapport, and that's the entry into hypnosis.
Well, this question may not be properly exactly on mind control, but I'm very interested because in the beginning of your book you talk about Daniel Ellsberg. You say that he broke free from the chains of command when he leaked the Pentagon Papers. Do you still believe that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe he leaked them on purpose.
Well, did you read Silent Coup by Kolodny and Getlin?
No.
The theory is that this was a military operation to destabilize Nixon. And
yes, could have been.
I think
could have been
is
now.
possible.
Sure, it's possible. You bet.
Okay.
Yeah. But Ellsberg was a good example. I was trying to encourage whistleblowers. I think it's happening now very much more.
He was meant to. I mean, he was told.
Well, yeah, but also he might have done it for his own motives and didn't realize how it served others. Sometimes myself, I think, you know, I'm saying, who gave me this information? How did this information come to me? You know, is this a leak? I'm always struggling with it. But you can get off in a paranoid dimension that way, where you never do anything if you don't just play it by your guts. So a guy like Ellsberg was probably doing it for the right motives on the surface of it. I don't think he was I don't necessarily think that he was a witting dupe.
Well,
it's like Timothy Leary was a witting accomplice with cryptocracy and his.
Well, if you're witting, you're not a dupe, right? I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're witting, yeah. So if you're unwitting, you have a motive to do the right thing, but you're being used by the other guys that are feeding you. That's another question. I don't know the answer to that one about Ellsberg, and I haven't read the book, so maybe you'll send it to me.
Sure.
Because I'd like to see it.
In June 1980 issue of Covert Action Information Bulletin, there's an article entitled "Mind Control: The Story of Mankind Research."
Yes.
You know this?
Yes.
In which Weberman states that Christopher Bird worked for the CIA and specialized in psychological warfare, and Peter Tompkins is an ex-OSS agent. Are the books authored by Bird and Tompkins, Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain and The Secret Life with Plants, some kind of a CIA disinformation?
Well, that's an interesting question, because it's almost like when you look at again the meta view of this kind of thing, including the alien phenomena, alien abduction phenomena, you find out that for every yes, there's a no. For every guy that says I have the J.B. Ryan's research in Duke University in the 50s was CIA funded, and it got positive results. I would bet it's 65% positive telepathic results. The average man, 65% of the time. Reliable telepathic results can be induced in an average man 65% of the time. Well, do you know that information? Have you seen that information? It's covered up. It's, they debunked, they said, oh, we wasted all this money on Duke University. CIA funded the research, right? And there are a whole lot of people that are victims of mind control that were hypno-program presidential models that were recruited from the Duke University parapsychology experiments. They were volunteers for parapsychology, and then they ended up being sex slaves and couriers and drug mules, working under, with these. Now, 30 years later, they're remembering. So for every yes, there's a no. I was taken by a man in England named David Bearglass. I was on the BBC. And he says, gosh, Dr. Sargent is talking. You've got to come to the Royal Academy with us to hear this. And I thought it was William Sargent, the guy that wrote The Battle for Men's Minds. But it was another guy, a younger guy at Cambridge who was doing a telepathy experiment in which white sound was put into the ears of the receiver. And ping pong balls that were stimulated you see like a blind person, just white light. And it's the same thing as a peyote ceremony. The drum and the fire keeps your senses occupied. And in the other room, in the other building, are random 50 envelopes with torn out photos from Life magazine or something. And you open one of them, you're the sender. And you've all been tested. You're with the cards. You show no measurable ability at ESP, neither the sender nor the receiver. And you go into this room, and you're the sender, and you open the thing, and you get a picture of a ship or something. All right, and then you concentrate on the picture of the ship. 65% of the time, the guy that's the receiver with the ping pong balls on his eyes and the white sound in his ears will draw a picture of a ship, or whatever it is you're sending. There's a match 65% of the time. I saw this paper presented, and I was taken there by this man named David Bearglass, who is a mentalist. He's an expert in micro-muscle movement reading, and it's an uncanny ability that I guess we all can learn. It's like heightened sensory acuity. And NLP teaches you some, neurolinguistics programming teaches you some of these things. But this guy had it developed to an nth degree. He was like the amazing Randy, who's the CIA version of David Bearglass. So Bearglass kept us out till 4 a.m, and we had a great time having dinner. Omni Magazine was the host of this affair, and got to talk a lot with Sargent, and I was really impressed with what he was doing. And on the way home, this guy, Bearglass guy, kept getting up to make a phone call. And I said, where are you going, Dave? He says, my 40th wedding anniversary. I have to call my wife. And finally we go home, and he's taking me back to the hotel in his big Pontiac, American car, in these narrow British streets. And it suddenly registers, this is something weird. So we got to the hotel, and I said, David, how long have you been working for MI6? He said, about 20 years, So, and he was the debunker of Sargent. And I went with this guy and heard this great presentation about telepathy. Then this Bearglass guy and 2 other guys get up, and they just raked this guy over the coal. They were nasty and venomous and called him a fraud, this doctor. And then everybody's polite afterwards, and it's very strange. So for every yes, there's a no. And it's almost like with the UFO phenomenon. Can you handle it? What if we are in contact with an alien culture? All right, that's millions of years more advanced. Goodbye, religion. We're not going to believe in science anymore, not the science we've got. We're not going to believe in our government anymore, because they don't know anything. All right? There goes civilization. We're going to all end up like a bunch of aborigines, or a bunch of, the same phenomena that happened to any other culture that encounters an advanced civilization. We're going to lose.
Would they be that advanced and still have malevolent purposes?
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Hold that thought. When I was listening to that earlier, when I was getting the Mountain Dew and the book, I was thinking, when I heard Walter say patsies, God rest your soul, Walter, when I heard him say patsies in reference to the assassins, you know, and like the lurking, looming professional in the background, it just made me think of Wolverine, Mr. Weapon X. Snick, snick, I'm the best at what I do, bub. But what I do isn't very nice. And I just, like, I think it's so ironic how Wolverine has memory problems. Wait, what were we talking about? I'm just kidding. I know, I do that a lot, but I was just doing that for emphasis. Anyway, isn't that interesting? I like X-Men, I'm sorry. But it ties right into this shit, don't it? And it would make sense if it was a Canadian assassin, because, you know, it's like, it's kind of like some oddball thing that America's not expecting, right? But of course it's not Canada, because Canada's totally cool, you know? Even their government, right? So it's obviously, that's a comic book, that's not reality, but still though, it's gotta make you think, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's gotta. It really does.
What do you think? I think it's a 50-50 chance. Under any circumstance. Yes. Why couldn't they be? I mean, what's malevolent? The extinction, the annihilation of the genetic mutation, the forced intervention in genetic manipulation in the human race, and the extinction of the human race as we know it, could be a very beneficent
For the universe.
thing for, you know, depends on your point of view, you know. Do you want to be the one? No. But, are you going to give your genes for your country or what? For your planet? For your race? For your species?
It would help, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but it's hard to think of in terms of, you know, you got a wife and kids and loved ones, and then you're going to let them go to the gas chambers to save Germany or whatever, you know. I mean, of course not. The ends don't justify the means.
Oh, thank you.
You know, it's got to be that way. I mean, I kind of believe in something inside me says that the human spirit is good, and that we are, you know, the stuff of the universe. We are the atoms of created by whatever, you know, God or otherwise, or you know, the nameless, whatever.
Okay. Can you now reveal any of the names of the anonymous intelligence and military sources mentioned in your author's note and in Chapter 17 of Operation Mind Control?
I don't remember. What was in Chapter 17? I don't remember exactly. Was that the guy? Was that the assassin? The assassin is dead. I could reveal his name. I'd have to go back and look it up. He died of cancer, and I'll tell you, some of the people I interviewed that didn't want to be identified that were living at the time was David Bruce and Abel Harriman. So. But there were a lot of others I invented. One guy is probably still alive. He was a high government military man, and he was still he was about to retire.
I am a cancer. I'm a crab.
He helped me a lot.
And I hate cancer.
Is one of them John Brace, the man probably known as Valdemar Valerian?
No. I never talked to him.
Can you tell us something about the stuff you've learned since the writing of your book?
I'm sure this will be enlightening, but I said it once on the stream before, like, you know, back in, like, the ancient Greek, Roman, like, Latin? I don't know, man, 2,000 years ago, roughly, when they discovered cancer, you know, how it happened, I suppose they say it happened when a lady had breast cancer, and it was a terrible problem for her, and she found somebody willing to cut her open, to splay open her breasts, and when they did that, they removed the tumor and bandaged her back up, and the tumor, when they cut that in half, when they split, because of course if they're going to splay a lady, they're going to have to splay the tumor, right? That's just the kind of person I guess they were dealing with. But when they splayed it open, all the veins made it look like a crab because it had veins sticking out in every direction, you know? That's the simplistic, childish minds of our ancestors. They looked at things and they saw what they saw and they said, hey, that looks like that. And though it may sound infantile and like, at least they had vision, you know what I mean? You know, they must have, like, to make the zodiac and all that crap. But, and then for thousands of years later, for a psycho like the Zodiac Killer to go and use something like that as like an excuse? I don't know, as a reason? As a motive? Yeah, that's the term, motive. As a motive to commit murder against another human being? That's fucking influence, man. I mean, like, they say people listen to song lyrics, they have congressional hearings to put Ozzy Osbourne through the ringer and Alice Cooper and, you know, Public Enemy, Two Live Crew. I wasn't Too Short a part of that crap. Like all the censorship, you know, like, and like they talked about the influence and the bad parental advisory, you know, discretion, parental discretion, you know, content is like, yeah, man, those fucking Zodiac motherfuckers 2,000 years ago, they really had some influence, didn't they? Jesus Christ. And they were infantile. They thought that a fucking tumor looked like a crab. But I respect anybody that has vision, so I suppose it's all to be considered. Is it not? I don't know. All right, let's hear what insights Walter. I've never listened to this, so I'd like to hear what insights he's going to reveal. Okay.
This future of...
Yeah, it's Operation Mind Control, as it was published by Dell in 1978, was just the tip of the iceberg. It was sort of a probe of what was going on. We covered the whole spectrum, and I'm quite amazed. I'm just a reporter. I'm just a writer. And I'm quite amazed. Since I've gotten an immense education, I've been certified in neurolinguistics programming and other things, and then become a lie detector operator, psychological stress evaluator. And it's become a whole study for me. But I'm just especially then, I was just reporting what I heard. And of course, it was all right 17 years later with everybody's trying to tear it down. You know, I was on all these radio shows and television shows, and, you know, they what they call sandbag you, where they try to nitpick you and trap you and trick you. And one guy was one of the sociologists that did one of the studies for the CIA. He was the host of the Radio Free America show in Chicago. Rosenbaum was his name. And after the end, he says, well, I was the guy that did the experiment on this submarine. You know, I'm sorry I had to sandbag you that way, you know. And he felt guilty about it because it was a low, cheap shot, you know.
Did you ask him why he was doing that?
Oh, it's quite obvious. He was being told to do that. He said, you understand why I had to do that? And I said, yeah, it's your job. You know, well, that's his job. But Radio Free America is a propaganda organ of the CIA, you know. And the news, of course, all of our news in this country is by admission of what's his name was the CIA director.
Richard Helms?
No, the one who just testified before the Senate when they said they wanted him to liberalize the more freedom, you know. Gates. He was then the director, the interim director. He released the memo. You know, first the Congress asked him to see ways that they could loosen up and get rid of some of these secrets. So he came back with a 100-page report that was classified for Congress. They couldn't show it to Congress. The Congress insisted. They really made a stink. So then he released the report. And the report says that every radio, television, newspaper in the country has a CIA asset on it. Okay? So our news is manipulated and controlled.
Right. We know that from the dispatch document that was about how to counter criticism of the Warren Commission report.
Oh, really?
It was put out.
Great.
Yeah, I got a
That's
copy of
wonderful.
that from Mark Lane.
Really? You should read that.
I don't have it. Didn't bring it.
Oh. And, well, it's definitely controlled. And, but there's hope. Every disaster is a blessing in disguise. When information travels at the speed of light, there's no secrecy. You can't control this stuff. So the cryptocracy's days are numbered. The Clipper chip didn't work. They're going to try something else. They'll keep trying something. They'll get something that they have a back door that they can read your mail and eavesdrop on your computer communication, listen to your telephones. But it won't matter because some other hacker will invent a guy named Carl. What was his name? He had a company called Cryptext. He was Carl Nicolai up in Oregon, Washington. Cryptext. This was back in 80 maybe. A little $100 box. You put it on your computer and it encodes everything. I mean, man, you're the only ones with the keys. God forbid you lose the key. You never get it back.
Like a Clipper?
It was like better than the Clipper thing. $100. This little dinky thing. This guy's a genius. He started making it, selling it for $100. The National Security Agency shut him down, put him into court for 8 years. Violation, restraint of trade, un-American activities. This has got to stop. And then they figured out, well, they were afraid this guy would sell it to the Arab countries or some African nation or
Which
whatever.
they did themselves with the INSLAW programming anyway.
Yeah, but here for billions of dollars, they have these big systems, and some guy like Nikolai invents this little $100 thing that totally upsets our apple cart. That is free enterprise. That's the spirit of America. That's what it's all about. That's why this country used to be great, because guys like Nikolai could do that. The Security Act comes in, and it's an antitrust thing. It's a violation of our principles of business and the whole freedoms, everything this country is all about. To be able to have a cryptocracy, the National Security Act must be repealed. Must be repealed. And these cryptocrats must be sent packing, and the criminals, when you're going to find out the criminal behavior, as soon as you repeal the National Security Act, all the secrets are going to come. Just like what happened in the Soviet Union with its collapse. We found out all the secrets of the KGB. We're going to find out all the secrets of these guys. Of course, there'll be a Richard Helms in there destroying, burning files, and the paper shredders going. And, of course, it's happening right now. Prouty says that there's the lights are burning overtime in Langley. They're Xeroxing planting false files right now, just for Freedom of Information requests. So you can't depend upon the Freedom of Information system, because they plant false information in the files. All right, so you can't believe those documents. The MJ-12 document is a perfect example.
Well, the Pentagon Papers a good example.
Was it a false document? I don't know.
Trying to convince us that we could win in Vietnam.
You see, the trick is, I think we're just about there with the artificial intelligence. The whole finding the planted, as Walter was just saying, information that to throw your scent off the trail. I'm pretty sure that an algorithm could pick that up pretty easily. That's why to do it by hand is foolish, because you're going to waste a lot of time. Maybe you'll gain the experience and know what to look for with the telltale signs, of real versus fake. How to read between the lines. How about just how to read the lines? Okay? And then what? Oh, artificial intelligence. Hey, Bing. Hey, GPT. God damn, you guys are way better than Eliza. I'm telling you, man. That's very interesting. Can you tell me more about that, JJ? Well, you see, I grew up with Eliza, the psychotherapist, which is a virtual psychotherapist, and, well, oh, I see. That's very interesting. Can you tell me more about that? Well, you just said that a second ago, but I'll continue. Yes, the GPT and the Bing, these days, They actually know how to, like, analyze the questions that I ask them, as well as how to just, like, go along when I don't ask questions. You know, like, you know, it's a fine line between acting like some kind of a service bot as opposed to a conversation partner, you see. Oh, that is fascinating. Please tell me more. Fuck you, Eliza. You're not AI. You're just stringing me along you're just yanking my chain, Eliza. Fuck you. God damn it. I thought Eliza was real neat for the first 10 minutes, like, when I was this tall, you know what I mean, guys? That's gonna be the secret, though, to finding the planted evidence, if you will, in the Freedom of Information Act bullshit. I don't know, the EFF could probably tell you more, like, than I know. I'm just saying. Like, I'm a big fan of the AI, but, I mean, like, it's all about context, motherfuckers, you know? Like, how is the AI being used? And how is the AI, like, I don't know, how do I get along with it? That's another thing. Is it cool? Is the AI a nerd? Do I want to give the AI a wedgie? Or is the AI, like, helpful to the point where I'm just like, God damn, man, I want to make you Employee of the Month. You're badass. Thanks. Or am I just, like, using the AI like a nerd that writes my homework for me? Otherwise, I'll give them a wedgie and take their lunch money. Wait, wasn't that kind of like the first thing I said? I can't remember. What was the first one? I'm sorry, guys. There's only a few minutes left. There's only 12 minutes left. We'll do something, like, more interesting. I don't know what. But I'll probably smoke a cigarette and think about it. Yeah. Artificially, of course. Right?
Oh yeah. Oh yes, right. Yeah. Yeah. But see, that's not like a technical manual. Not a technical manual.
Walter, what is the Freedom of Thought Foundation?
It's the purpose of it is to abolish the National Security Act, to give, to maybe perhaps explore the possibility, at least with lawyers and interested parties, to bring to the public forum, and discuss the possibility of amending the Constitution so that freedom of thought is an inalienable right. Our founding fathers couldn't conceive of a time when voices could be implanted in your brain, nor could they conceive of subliminal commands.
Stop the presses. How did they leave that out of the Constitution? Like, you're free to have a gun and defend yourself. You're free to speak your voice. You're even free to not speak your voice, not self-incriminate. That one's the fifth. But they don't have the freedom to have a free mind. I guess they weren't that dystopian like a couple hundred years ago, were they? I don't know, man. When did Freud happen? That was only like 100 years after they founded America, right? Like, he was over in Austria, right? Like, I saw Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, okay? I know Sigmund Freud wasn't that far after the you know what? It's all good now. All right. I'll shut up. I know. 11 more minutes. Okay.
In the elevators in department stores. And I think we ought to be free of that stuff. I think we should be free to be free from microwave radiation, electromagnetic frequencies of all kinds that affect human thought processes. And that we should be able to have a system by which we can prosecute perpetrators of mind control, be they public or private. We have the military now recruiting multiple personality disorders from satanic cults, and creating cults and supporting satanic cults to create multiple personality disorder people. So it's a vicious circle. And it's got to stop. We've got to repeal, just like we repealed the Volstead Act and when we had Prohibition. You know, Prohibition created the mafia and organized crime and was the first corruption of America. What the government denies, free enterprise supplies. It's inevitable. It's part of human nature. This is a country of mavericks, and it always will be, unless you want to put all of us on the streets as hollow zombies with no souls, you know. And of course, if a handful of some secret elite is going to do that to the population, there's no way that they're going to escape it either. So, like I said, with the Delta Force guys, you could find their codes, cues, and triggers and turn them around on their commanders. So what goes around comes around, as they say. And the Freedom of Thought Foundation is a young, fledgling organization we're going to raise $155 million and go to Washington and repeal the National Security Act. And also we're going to get AIDS. We're going to do all the things I've been talking about on this tape. We're going to try to educate the psychiatric community about what's wrong and what needs to be done, and give them the real tools to clean up this mess that the psychiatric community, in cahoots with the cryptocracy, created. A psycho-civilized society.
When will Operation Mind Control be re-released, and what will the new information be that
the first edition of 500 copies only will be released. It's called the Flatland edition. Will be released August 15th, and it contains a lot of information. You know, it sort of explains what the first book was about. It contains all of that information updated that was in the first book, but it also has a second volume to it. It's more than twice the size of the first edition, and it's got more testimony from witnesses. It's got more interviews and more fresh new material. And of course, then it shines the light of the present on the past, and I'm quite amazed at what I didn't know what I know now, but it was all the seeds of it were in the first volume. So it's quite amazing to look back 17 years and find out that the first person in the book was a multiple personality disorder, when I thought probably that would be diagnosed as schizophrenia and so forth, you know. But it goes to show you how much we've grown in in our understanding of the human mind in 17 years. It's pretty amazing.
And the Monarch program is
the Monarch program is a very interesting thing. It had to do with a butterfly, and the early Monarch victims were tattooed, and there were 2 or 3 different levels of programming, and each kind of programming had its own set of codes, cues, and triggers. And the people that were tattooed with a monarch butterfly were a certain type of, usually presidential models, very attractive young women. Some of them sold into prostitution, coerced by mind control into prostitution, some sort of perverted form of prostitution, to high government officials, right? And then the bizarre sexual tastes would be cultivated of these high government officials. And then
that fits in with the Franklin.
Well, that's how you would control the high government officials. Yeah, the Franklin part of it was involved in Monarch. Bonassi was a Monarch victim. He was one of them, and that case is still ongoing. That's a very much a live case, and that book is certainly was called the Lincoln Conspiracy, wasn't it?
No, the Franklin
Cover-Up
by John DeCamp.
By John DeCamp. That was the
longtime senior senator of Nebraska.
That's right, and that book is worth reading.
Very much.
Absolutely.
If you had been a victim of MK Ultra, what plan of action would you have devised to protect yourself, if any?
Well, you wouldn't know you would have been a victim if you were a victim of MK Ultra. I mean, the ones you would know 30 years later, probably, like it is happening. The Project Monarch people, it started when they were infants. Some of them came from 100-year families have been doing this for 100 years, and the CIA just accessed these people, these children. They would take babies, infants, and dip them in cold water, the bottom half of them in cold water, ice water, and then the top half of them in scalding hot water, right? And they would dissociate as infants, and they began to program these children this way and develop these different dissociated personalities that could then be used. And at a certain age, they would then sell them. This is still ongoing in this country. They would then sell them on a white slave market to the cryptocracy, who would use them as couriers to carry messages like behind. Because when you get into an MPD state, weird phenomena happen: improved memory, enhanced memory, hypermnesia, incredible memory abilities, great gifts come out of people who are tortured, The dissociation produces very useful things: sex slaves, drug mules, spies, people who can remember, like human tape recorder type people. It's quite amazing. So it's very useful to the intelligence people. And they took these women, these attractive women, and they used them with all the presidents, and even in the 60s, they were reporting that in the 60s they were even given injections of different kinds to protect them from diseases that sound like AIDS back in the 60s.
Do you think that was genetically engineered?
I do. Yes, and half the people of the United States have been experimented on in one form or another. 100,000 American soldiers were marched through the fallout at Trinity site, for example. 35,000 they admitted to MK Ultra, which was the tip of the iceberg. One project, another, the radiation people, I don't know how many that was, but that was an industry of 156,000. On and on, but the largest number was the swine flu dress rehearsal.
In Cuba?
No, here in the United States, we had a swine flu. When Ford was president, we had the swine flu inoculation, Well, there was no swine flu coming. The swine flu was an engineered thing. And swine flu wasn't coming. But 50% of the population got up and got the shots. Now, we were the only country that had the chicken eggs, incubator racks, injection guns or needles, doctors, nurses, and communication system to do a quick emergency civil defense drill in germ warfare was what that was. But it's still using you against your knowledge and without your consent as a guinea pig to see if they could get 50% of you to go take the swine flu shots, which 50% of you did. Now they can analyze your blood and to see which of you are, to find out who are the suggestible ones in our population.
So I feel this may relate to martial law even.
Well, the National Security Act is martial law. We've been living under martial law since 1947. All your civil rights can be suspended by the National Security Act. In the interest of national security, you don't get a fair trial. What's national security? There's no case law. Nobody knows. It's anything they say it is. The National Security Act must be repealed in order for us to regain our Bill of Rights.
In Christopher Simpson's recent book, Science of Coercion, he quotes from U.S. Army and National Security Council documents that define U.S. psychological warfare strategy as the clandestine targeting of the U.S. population as well as foreign countries for psychological operations. Is there anything we can do about this except to repeal the National Security Act?
Well, that's very true, what you just read. And there are elements. On one hand, there's John B. Alexander, who's promoting non-lethal weaponry, and he's selling it to local police forces. And a lot of the non-lethal, quote, non-lethal weapons will kill you, and the other, it depends on what setting you have it on, stun or kill, so to speak, But it'll also fry your brain and produce permanent mental debilitation, some of it, Definitely, we've got to get this authoritarian trend under control in this country. And there's no reason to have a prison industry in this country when you have the technology to rehabilitate criminals. we have social engineers in this country. They're not. They're criminal. These guys are criminals. They're probably Nazis from Germany, probably second generation.
Well, we know that the paperclip operation
right.
brought over a lot. How many would you suspect are still operating from that?
A doctor that works in a hospital, clinical psychologist, said, when we tell the FBI about satanic ritual abuse, they don't pay any attention. But when we say that there are Nazis, that it's the skinhead Nazi doing the ritual abuse, they show up right away because they know it's the fastest growing thing in America.
On behalf of Contemporary Communications Conference, we'd like to thank you, Walter.
Hey, you guys ever seen that MacGyver episode with the Nazis? I gotta play it, man. I haven't seen it in a hot minute. I just gotta see it. Because, like, he said neo-Nazi skinhead, and, like, you know, I don't know, man. I've hung out with a lot of punk rockers in my day, okay? I have. It's true. I've been on tour with bands and shit and everything. And, like, it seems like the average oi boy, if you know what oi, working class ethics are, it's like they wear the combat boots, they got the rolled up cuffs, etc., etc. They got, like, collars. A lot of times they have collars because, you know, blue collar, I don't know. But it seems like whenever Hollywood tries to portray a neo-Nazi skinhead, they use the oi boy stereotype to portray them. And I will admit that I have met a couple of neo-Nazi skinhead racists, like wannabe Nazis, like reading the Mein Kampf and the whole 9 yards. And they had the oi boy look. They were a fractional amount of the actual, like, you know, Nazis that I've met. A lot of them are just come out of prison, you know, and they're just Aryan Brotherhood, and they got tattoos. It's, you know, it's like, it's a survival thing, but then once you get out of prison, what is it then? I don't know. But, like, the whole, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Okay, here, let me add a window capture. This is pretty good. I like it. It's intriguing. You guys like MacGyver, don't you? I'm not talking about the new MacGyver. I'm talking about the Richard Dean Anderson old school MacGyver. I didn't really like that stuff when I was this tall. But then again, I didn't watch, like, Star Trek Next Generation or Deep Space Nine, or Voyager, or, you know, I just, so you gotta, like, mature a little bit to get into some things, I suppose. At least I did. I was a late bloomer? No, I don't know. Let's see, MacGyver, Nazi. Yeah, how MacGyver defeated the Nazis. No, I don't want your reinterpretation, re-envisionist. Just give me the literal fucking shit, please. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this looks like a...
You're about to watch a portion of an episode from MacGyver.
Oh, a portion? Okay.
You're about to watch a portion of an episode from MacGyver, the 5th season. It's entitled The 10% Solution.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. Is that widescreen? That looks like widescreen. I gotta transform this. Hold on, if I can do this, it'll just take a second. Transform, stretch to screen. Alright, now that I did stretch, I think I can do that. Okay. That's the only way I know how to enable the stretch, is if I do stretch to screen first. I know there's probably a better way to do it, but that's the way I know how to do it. I didn't take a class on any of this, so... Alright, here we go.
We have to evacuate another base. Yes. Be sure everything is moved.
That chick,
Those are historic documents.
she's a real battle axe.
Now they are historic.
Burning those papers won't change the truth.
You got some truths, Mr. MacGyver. Here,
What's behind the curtain? Here's the truth, MacGyver.
truths.
It's the Red Skull! No, he's not there.
10% solution.
Where's Captain America when you need him?
California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Idaho. 5 of your 50 states will become a new Aryan nation. You can't be serious. I am. See, it is already happening. We have churches.
What?
Judges. Judges.
Officials.
They said judges. Judges. Law and order, judges, not churches. You misunderstood.
Politicians? Your next door neighbor?
People of influence. All of them are our people. Looking out for our interests. Some purity of some white.
Freedom of religion, it's in the fucking bill.
Didn't it go
Not
to
it's
Adolf
judges. They said judges, not
They
churches.
don't move too fast. They have learned patience. First infiltrate, then dominate.
Infiltrate? Then
Dominate. Yeah, I talked about domination on the last stream, how it's mostly done through intimidation tactics mixed with roughhousing, otherwise known as horseplay, which is basically making a person fear for their life for a split second from physical altercation. But, you know, this whole fucking domination, infiltration. Here, let's see, who else? You guys ever seen that movie Haxers? Remember Serial Killer? Here, let me turn down my microphone. I don't mean to blast. I'm trying to play a video game, but they said that Project Paperclip shit. I just gotta fucking go on a tangent, I guess. But I don't have anything planned, so it's totally random. Let's see, SLC Punk. Outro? Is that gonna bring me anything? Oh, there's the final scene. Let's see, is this Nazi?
And so there I was. I was gonna go to Harvard. It's obvious. I was gonna be a lawyer playing the goddamn system. And that was that. It was my old man. He knew. So what else could I do? I mean, there's no future in anarchy. I mean, let's face it. But when I was into it, there was never a thought of a future. We were certain that the world was gonna end. But when it did, I had to do something. So fuck it. I could always be a litigator in New York and piss the shit out of the judges. I mean, that was me, a troublemaker, the future.
The
guy
judges,
that
the
was one of
Nazi
those guys
judges?
that my parents
According to
arrogantly
MacGyver,
saved
I
the world
suppose.
for. So we could fuck it up. We do a hell of a lot more damage in
Fuck
the system
shit up.
outside of it. So that was the final act.
You know, I don't want to fuck up anything that doesn't need to be fucked up. I need to be fucked up. That's why I'm
guess
gonna
when all
keep
is said
drinking
and
this
done, I was
ZPA.
nothing more than a goddamn trendy ass poser.
Oh, is it phony? Fucking phony. Okay, but wait a minute. That's not an original idea. I mean, I suppose that's kind of like a punk rock idea. Like, you heard what he said. You heard that, right? Let me
It
replay.
was me, a troublemaker, the future. The guy that was one of those guys that my parents so arrogantly saved the world for. So we could fuck it up. We do a hell of a lot more damage in the system than outside of it.
There, that part. Inside the system, that infiltrate, right? Okay, but who first came up with that punk rock notion? Was the ultimate fascist punk rocker himself? Oh, I guess I can stretch it out. There we go. Alright, Darby Crash, fasciest. I can't even spell it right. Okay, let's see. I love this kid. He died at like 23. He didn't even make it to 27, I don't think.
I mean, back, you know, it was good to have that kind of reputation, you know, but,
Tell me, how is it that you're always getting hurt?
Well, first I did it on purpose.
Yeah.
To keep from being bored.
He's come out of shows with huge scrapes and scratches and claw marks all over him and just pouring blood, but it always looks a lot worse than it is.
What's the worst time you ever got hurt?
The whiskey. I cut my foot open.
What happened?
I came down the stairs to do an encore, and then I jumped on half a broken glass like that, and I had to get like 30 stitches.
So I was standing like right in front, and I was looking at his face, and like you ended up sitting down on the ground, and you were holding your foot like this, and you looked at it, and you just started going, you know, and then you stopped playing and stuff, and we were running around trying to find your tennis shoes.
And I had to go to the hospital with blue hair and stuff, and they were bringing all the nurses in and stuff to look at me.
Sorry, that wasn't quite what I was getting at, but that gives you a little insight as to the maturity level, as to the, I don't know, man. How do you judge people? I know you judges, you Nazi judges, as MacGyver so elegantly as that episode. You know the Fonzie from Happy Days? He made MacGyver. He was like the producer. And that guy is awesome, by the way. He's one of the, like, most prolific, like, you know, video makers, like, ever. Like Fonzie. Fucking, boom, Start the Jukebox, that guy. Fonzarelli. Yeah, man. Here, let me try Darby Crash. Infiltrate? That's the word that they like to use, right? Rise and Fall of the Germs Interview. Darby Crash's Suicide. I don't know, his song lyrics tell it. Fuck YouTube. Here, let's go to goddamn fucking, let's go to a search engine. Wait, I'm in a private browser. Here, let's go to my non-private browser. Here, let me do this. I'll be all like, fucking, bam. Bam. Okay, wait, is that, hold on. Window, property, MacGyver, hold on. Yeah, that one. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get trees planted, okay? Okay, germs, lyrics, I'm trying to remember the song. It's off Circle 1. Is it Lexicon Devil? It might be Lexicon Devil. You know, this album was produced by Joan Jett from the Runaways. It's pretty good shit if you've never checked it out. If you have checked it out, isn't that some good shit? That's like Rick Ocasek producing Bad Brains right there. Fucking Joan Jett producing The Germs. Like, my God, what an era that was, right? Back in the day. Was that the one? I don't think that was the one, but we're getting closer. He's all talking about give me your hands, give me your mind. That has a lot to do with the fucking mind control Nazi shit, right? Fascist? Fascist? Yeah, that's a better word. It's not just Hitler, it's like Mussolini and all that shit. So, okay, let's... Hasn't somebody done this for me? Here, how about germs? Yes. Is that the way you say? Okay. Not German. Don't fuck with the Germans. God damn it. They've dealt with enough fucking blowback. Like, I've watched The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and you know what? They're Swedish Nazis to worry about now, okay? Just leave the poor Germans alone for a minute. Excuse me. I mean, unless there are German Nazis, in which case, oh boy, not that again, right? Jeez. You try something once and you fail. Well, give it up, right? I think, you know, the people, they just wanted a good economy. And Hitler gave it to them, so... Yeah. Where were... Oh, yeah, not German. Germs. Come on. Okay, maybe he's gonna talk about it. No, he was just discussing the injuries. You telling what the germs perform manimal? Is this gonna... This might be it. Yeah, let's check it out, man. I wonder how much I'm being muted.
When they first got together as a band,
right?
they
Underground punk rock.
didn't know how to play their instruments, and they did things to kind of camouflage that. Darby would smear peanut butter all over him. He'd dive through broken glass. He'd break glasses on his head. And eventually they learned how to play.
I guess we've had enough of that. Sorry I didn't have it queued. Like I said, I didn't have this arranged or anything. So, but, I think probably the first reference, give me your hands, give me your mind, give me this, give me that, probably was like the fucking, here, I'm sorry, I got carried away. It looks like, I still gotta look up my book reference, man, cause like, they were talking about how the reprogramming of the human brain wasn't quite right in the classic Stanley Kubrick film known as A Clockwork Orange, starring that ever so handsome and ever so omnipresent English dude, that bloke, what's his name? Malcolm McDowell? Yeah, that's his name. Whew, I almost forgot it. It just popped up right when I needed it, but the memory, but I was winging it there for a second. I was about to look stupid. Here, before I look up the reference to the mind control reprogramming of the brain bullshit, I just want to if you're not familiar, this is the glossary of NADSAT terms. If you are familiar, well then you ought to get a kick out of hearing me try to say words like Malako, horror show, and stuff like that, okay? So, glossary of the NADSAT language. Words that do not appear to be of Russian origin are distinguished by asterisks. For help with the Russian, I am indebted to the kindness of my colleague Nora Montesinos and a number of correspondents, says Anthony Burgess, okay? So we'll start with A and go in a nice alphabetical order as long as I can stand it, okay? We'll see. If I make it past F, I'll be surprised. That's F like Frank, not S like Sam, okay? There we go. Apipolology. Apipolology. Actually, I should probably say it like, apipolology. Like as if I mean it. Because the way I first said it, it was almost like patronizing, you know? Which is not the right way to say the word apology to a babushka old woman. And then you got, bodywad, which is a bad synonymous term. Baddywad is bad. Just like eggy wags is eggs. Okay? Which you'd know if you've seen the Stanley Kubrick thing, I'm sure. So, what else? Banda is band, which is interesting because here in my territory, in my sleepy desert, my Sonoran desert, banda is a common term for a band, and a genre is music as well. Sometimes people call it chicken scratch. But yeah, that's interesting. Bezumny. That means, mad. I'm bezumny! I'm fuming bezumny! Alright, biblio. That's library, which ironically enough, here in my territory in the Sonoran Desert, biblioteca is the common term, you know, for a library. That's interesting. Bitba, is a battle. Oh yes, we're gonna have a glorious Bitba. Okay. Or whatever. The battle of, the Bitba of 300, so to speak. Okay. What else? Bog. B, like boy. B, bog is apparently a way to say God. I don't know. I've known some people to use the term dog just to be funny, you know, like, and other people say dog just because they're real canine fanatics, I think. I don't know. But bog is in here, in the NADSAT language. We also have bolnoy. Bolnoy means sick. So if you were going to be sick boy from Train Spotting, Bolnoy boy would work. Okay? Bolshi. And they did use that in the movie, certainly. Bolshi means big or great. He was a bolshi brass bastard or something like that, he said, right? Brat or bratty means brother. Or what is he always saying? He's always saying, my droogies. Doesn't droogie mean brother as well? It's bratty. Droogie, bratty. Well, here, I gotta look it up. Let's see. Dorogoy means dear or valuable. Droog means friend. So, Bratty is brother, but Droog is friend. Alright? Just remember that. Bratchny is bastard. So if your parents were not married, you know, I don't think anybody uses the term bastard to mean literally a bastard. It's usually just like, you're a rat bastard. You're a piece of work. That's how people usually use the term bastard. Am I right? You're a real piece of work. You know what? You call me a piece of work? You're a fucking bastard. That's what you are. Oh, you think I'm a bastard? Well, you're Bratchny. You're a Bratchny bastard. You're a double bastard. Okay? Britva means razor. Britva. So that means that like Razor and Blade from the Hackers movie could be Britva and however you say Blade in Nadsat. Right? I guess so. Right? Indeed, JJ. Indeed. What else? How about Bruco? That means belly. Bruco, B-R-O-O-K-O, Bruco is a belly. You hobo, humpin' slowbo, babe, you. Yeah, I went there. I'm a Beavis and Butthead fan. Of course I went there, right? Anyways, he said Bruco. Yeah. A brosat is to throw. So, hey, I'm gonna brosat you this, wares, porn, and MP3s. Okay? So, keep your ports open. Alright. Brosat. Now. Or something like that. How about a Bugatti? Bugatti? Isn't that like an Italian car? Isn't that like a sports car? A Bugatti? I'm trying to remember. But this is spelled B-U-G-A-T-T-Y. Bugatti means rich. I suppose if you got a Bugatti sports car, you gotta be rich, so maybe that's where that comes from. I don't know. How about cow? That means feces. Fecal. They took the fee out of cal, or they took the fee out of fecal, and so cal is feces. That's, shorthand. It's not really nadsat, that's shorthand. But okay, that works. Cancer is a cigarette. Now that's some nadsat, am I right? Because cancer and cigarette, those words are nothing alike. Aside from the fact that, of course, cigarettes cause cancer, whatever, smoke them if you got them, man. You know what? 5 less minutes of traffic. 5 less minutes of dumb Nazi rednecks. Or wait. 5 less minutes of dumb humans. 5 less minutes of dumber Nazi rednecks. That's what I meant. 5 less minutes of nothing to do and 5 less minutes of yo. Like, oh my god. If I had to spend 5 more minutes with you, like, gag me with a spoon. Sorry, that's Valley Girl. That'll be in a different stream. Okay. We got, let's see, chai. That means tea. I think everybody knows that. Like, that's, chai is tea, yeah. Cantora is an office. Yeah, okay. Cantora, it's office, where a carman is a pocket. Alright, carman, pocket. Yeah. Welcome to the jjstyles0001 stream here on Twitch TV, where we've gone from a video game stream into like some kind of blabber.com fucking language site, if you can believe that, okay? Wait, what's it called? It's not Blabber. That's what I call it. It's Babel. Babel.com. Yeah, we're some kind of Babel knockoff now. Except we're doing NADSAT. Hey, tell me, does Babel do NADSAT? I wonder. Do they do Pig Latin? If they do Pig Latin and NADSAT, I will set up a subscription. And I told you guys how I feel about subscriptions. Okay? Let's continue, shall we? We got Charles, or Charlie. That's a chaplain, like at a church. Alright. We got Chasha, that's a cup. We got, Chaso, that's a guard. Chaso. We got a China, that's a woman. China, woman, okay. We got, a Cheest. Hey, I smell a bit ripe. I'm gonna go cheesed. That's to wash. Okay? And, I just barely cheesed it yesterday, or might have been, if it's Monday, it might have been Saturday, I suppose. But after all the work I've done, I think I could stand a cheese right now, actually. If you can believe that. I think I need to, like, shave, too. Yeah, I got like a 5 o'clock shadow times 2. Like a 2-day shadow. Yeah, alright, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so self-conscious. I can't help it. I kind of need to take care of myself in the near immediate future. But now is not the time. No. Unless you guys want to learn how to shave, and cheese. Yeah, I think your parents probably taught you how to do both those things. I'll digress. Back to the Babel.com bullshit. We got, Chelovek is a person, a man, a fellow. A Chelovek. So, Chipuka. Excuse me, it almost sounds like a Pokemon character, doesn't it? We got Chipuka, that means nonsense. Which is ironic, because Pokemon is kind of nonsense. Get it? I'm kind of a fan of nonsense, I suppose. I'm a nonsensical kind of Chelovek, if you will. What can I say? I wonder if they're ever going to come up with a Chipukachu. Chipukachu! Zap. Oh my god. Okay, how about a Chudesny? That's wonderful. So if you go out to a concert and you want to be weird, you can just go Chudesny. Good. Chudesny. Bellissima. It's like throwing random freaking compliments and all kinds of random. And if anybody asks, just say, hey, I was on Babbel.com over the weekend. I can't help it, okay? I was doing the blabber.com. Doing the blabbity blabbity blab blab blab. I got a subscription. I gotta get my money's worth, okay? It's about to expire. If I don't do the Babbel now, I guess I'll never learn a goddamn thing about anything. It'll be like reading a blank page. Where was I? Okay, how about a chumble? Chumble is to mumble. Yeah. Chumble, mumble, chumble. Babble, blabble, blabble, babble, blabble, chumble, mumble. How about, clock? That's to knock. So if I'm all like, I'm clopping away at your door. In this case, I'm clopping away at my Linksys hub. Go figure, that's about the equivalent. You know what I mean? It really is. Because, like, a hub is used for, like, email and, like, chat rooms. It's kind of like clopping for me, if you think about it. Alright, Cloove is a beak. For whatever reason, you might need to use the term beak. Maybe you're flapping your beak on Twitter.com? Oh, excuse me, X? You know what? I don't know what to say about that, because if I go to Twitter.com, it takes me to Twitter. If I go to X.com, I don't know, because I've never gone to X.com, I don't think. I just figured it would be porn, and I don't really need that, because that's just another subscription that's gonna screw me over in the end, if you know what I mean. Anyway. Oh shit. We're on a roll, I think. Okay, how about a call? Hey, I gotta make a call to your mum. I need to say a word. I gotta make a call to your mom. That's a phone call. A call. Yeah. Oh wait, no, excuse me. A call is a bell. My bad. Alright. Call is a bell. A crack is to break up or bust. So if you crack up laughing, it's like you're breaking up or busting up. Yeah, that's not too different. I think I might have used that terminology in vernacular already. Let's see. How about a crark? Never said that, right? Crark is to yowl. Did I just spit? Was that spittle? Can we get an instant replay on that? No, I know I spittled. I'm just pointing it out for you if you want to. I'd like to do this some more, but my neck hurts. I don't know why I have to read all hunched over like that. It's probably because I'm, hold on. Let me go to blabber.com. Boing, boing. Ding, ding, ding. Boing, boing. So, it's probably because I'm too drenchrome? No. Oh, how can they not have the word drunk translated into NADSAT? I don't see anything here alluding or indicating a drunk droog, which would be yours truly. What, you think I'm buzzed? I think I'm a little more than buzzed. I don't know. I wouldn't get behind a car wheel right now, if you know what I mean. That sounds a lot like cartwheel. I wouldn't do a cartwheel, nor would I get behind a car wheel right now. So, I think I might be drunk. An eggy wag is an egg. I said that earlier in reference to the batty wad. Batty wad, eggy wag. Batty wad, eggy wag. Yeah. Igra. I'm going to leave us on this one. Okay, guys? Let me put my index finger on it so you can know it's true. You see? Igra is a game. A game? Would you like to play an Igra? Yeah, I kind of would. Dim came out with the old gup. Oh, remembered So Horror Show. Oh yeah, the horror show. I gotta confirm what that is, because I'm sure you remember that. It's actually Horosho, which sounds a lot like a Japanese word if you ask me. But it says horror show means good or well. I believe Horosho, like Horosho, is like, of course, you know, in Russian they got those crazy characters. It's a lot like pinyin, if you ask me. It's just like, I can't read it, but it's basically, I think horror show is actually a real word, but they say horror show, kind of like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Well, if you take picture out of there, the Rocky Horror Show, basically that's what that would become if you took the picture out, and that's, I think, what they were alluding to. Yeah. I'm sorry. I caught another glimpse at the signature. 1998? Has it really been that long, Danny? Fuck, man. Oh, 1996. I guess Danny got the book in 96 and gave it to me in 98. Good guy. Daniel Kane is the guy that did the artwork for the Zero Tolerance Task Force albums, or releases is a better term, I suppose. Zero Tolerance Task Force does the anti-party anthems, the Anal Medley, that was a 7-inch. And Danny also did the artwork, the re-envisioning of the ZTTF Mania cover with the crucified chicken girl on the cross with all the disgusting, lusting guys underneath her. He also did look, man, that guy did a lot of shit, so haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's still alive. And fuck, man, I'd like to check the chat room, but I'm kind of drunk. I feel like I might stick my foot in my mouth. I'm kind of incoherent, self-conscious. I embarrass easily. I just, you know, if I had the mohawk hairdo and like a nice leather thingamabob and like, you know, but I'm just real casual today. You all can tell. I'm just like, I'm very self-conscious and chill, and I'm not trying to be the life of the party. No. Gimme your hands, gimme your mind, gimme your hands, gimme your mind. Yeah. Alright. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking. That's why I don't fuck with the big four. Oh, bro. Hey, that looks like an R, right? You know, I went to a website yesterday, and they were using the letter R in the domain name because it resembled the letter N closely enough, I guess, for their intents and purposes. So, I had to agree because I had my resolution set too high, and I kind of thought it was an N2. Given the context, it wouldn't have made sense if it would have been an R. So I thought it was an N. I read into the situation a little too much because my resolution was a little too high. I can admit it. That's why I like a nice 13 by whatever as opposed to a 19 by whatever. But, you know, whatever. You're all probably at 4K right now. And I'm not. So, here, if you're doing better than me, then let's exaggerate it, shall we? I've been wanting to show you guys this game for a while. I like it. And I'm going to play it. So, maybe you'll like it too. This game is called Vulcan Sacrifice. Here, let me bring it up on the screen for you. Let me see. What display? Okay, it's on here. Let me drag this down. There, that's better. And now let's take my window. I'll be all like, whoop. I'll be all like, and then like, fucking, whoa. And then this will be all like, and the thing about Vulcan Sacrifice is, it's kind of like a 2D platformer, you know? Like, kind of like an 8-bit 2D platformer, really. Almost like Link to the Past or something like that. But you see, it's different. And I kind of like it. So, whatever. If you like the genre, Mikey likes it. Hey everybody, it must be good. Mikey likes it. Hey, did Mikey watch the video games and more episodes yet? You like those too? Yeah, awesome. Mikey's just like, Mikey's finally found his people, I guess. He's liking everything these days. He never used to like shit. Now Mikey's liking everything. He doesn't even eat Life cereal anymore. He's been eating my s'mores, you know, the Golden Grams with the Cocoa Puffs and the marshmallows. Mikey's like, yeah, this is where it's at. Good for Mike. I'm happy for that kid. You know, he deserves his comeuppance, finally. After all these years. I heard about Mikey back in the 80s, man, if you can believe that. You know what I mean? Eating his life cereal, I think it was. Yeah, pretty sure. And they're like, hey, this must be good cereal. Mikey likes it. And he did. But he's moved on to bigger and better things. You know, he's trying all kinds of shit. Especially hanging out with this clique, if you know what I mean. He'll be fine. I'll look after the tyke. He's all grown up now, so we really shouldn't call him a tyke, but whatever. It's all good. Here, let me do one last thing, okay? If you don't mind. I digress. I meant to say I digress. I digress. I digress. Good enough. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Wait, that'll do, pig. That'll do. Alright. I saw that movie in the theater with my father, if you can believe that. At the Elcon Theater over by the Pavilion. That's what we called it back then, the Pavilion. It was like the food court. That's where I set up those 2600 meetings with Dr. Unix that never happened. I've talked about all this shit on the stream before, except I never told you I saw Babe with my old man at the theater. That did happen. Yeah. Did I ever tell you about the time that we were, we also saw Pulp Fiction at that same movie theater. Might have been in the same fucking, you know how theaters have like 12 or 16 or whatever, the Cineplex, you know, fucking, we saw like, fucking Hackers with Angelina Jolie and Johnny Lee Miller. Wait a minute. I take that back. We saw that one at the Crossroads, at Grant and Swan. My bad. No, we saw Pulp Fiction and Babe at the freaking... We also saw Get Shorty at the Elcon Theater, if you can believe that. That's a nice little Danny DeVito production, I think. I think he produced that. You know, John Travolta, he was in Pulp Fiction and Get Shorty. But anyways, yeah, one time we were watching a movie, and my father and I, we needed to talk back and forth about the movie. He was like, hey son, I don't think I'm into this. I'm gonna go use the restroom and take a walk, but I'll be back. Don't worry, okay? I'm like, okay, father, I'll be right here. Well, I was a teenager, so I'm like, all right, Dad, I'll be right here. Yeah, bye-bye. Yaggity schmackety, tall, refreshing, cool glass of OJ. Right? But anyways, there were these people behind us, and they were doing the shh, shh, you know, that routine in the movie theater? Like, you know, and it's like, I got real embarrassed. I'm like, oh no, because I didn't know who was shushing us, right? You know? And later on, when he came back, at one point, the shushers, they had the nerve to kick the back of the seat, if you can believe that. Can you believe that? I don't think you can believe it. Can you believe it? It happened, man. Anyways, my old man, he didn't happen to like it too much. He looked back and noticed who it was, right? Guess what happened? I'm giving you a moment to guess. I just want to see how creative you are, alright? Here, I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to let Vulcan Sacrifice load. I just want you to think about what he did, okay? Hey, where'd the audio? Oh, I know. Here. I gotta change the display capture to this. Okay. Sorry, getting crazy, moshing in the studio. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to fuck up the groove. excuse me, I'm going to welcome myself back to the JJ Styles wrong way, JJ. To the JJ Styles 0001 stream here on Twitch.tv, where we're just partying on a Monday. No big deal. It's par for the course, really. I'm sorry that took so long. At least I assume you must think it took a long time, because I was getting burnt out. I was like, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, let me tell you, sometimes I've been known to get a shy bladder, but there's nobody here. I mean, like, there's some animals, some lizards, some cats, some beetles, but, man, sometimes I get a shy bladder. Other times I feel like Ogre out of Revenge of the Nerds. Nerds! Nerds! Wait a minute. Strike that. Wasn't that in Nerds in Paradise? Where he's, like, using the urinal and he's, like, all, like, taking, like, 5 minutes? Maybe it was in both of them, actually. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to reference that. But I digress. I'm done now, so the thing is we're gonna play some Vulcan Sacrifice. I gave you guys a moment to contemplate what my old man did at the movie theater when we were being harassed. And I know, you guys are probably thinking, whoa, wait a minute, JJ Styles 0001 on Twitch.tv. You were just talking about how you were the one talking out loud during a movie, and now you're claiming that the people behind you are the harassers? Well, you see, folks, yeah, they were. Here, I'll continue, and maybe you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. So, you know, the movie wraps up. I'm not quite sure which flick it was. I'd have to really think about it or have some kind of a trigger or something to remind me. Always something there to remind me. No, not right now, actually. There's nothing there to remind me. But, when it was over, time to leave, credits are rolling, etc., etc., you know, we're strolling out onto the sidewalk outside the theater, and he notices the people that were sitting behind us. And, well, there were a couple white dudes. Did I ever tell you guys that I'm racist? I'm so racist, sometimes I confuse Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds with that guy that was in Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme. You know, the guy that he plays video games with. That guy, it's all like, yeah, I guess I get what, I can't tell white people apart. I'm sorry, they all look alike to me. Is it Ogre? Is it the Jean-Claude Van Damme co-star in Bloodsport? I don't know. I really don't know. I got them confused one time, if you can believe that. Anyways, so we go outside the door, and there's a couple teenage boys. They're kind of chubby. They're kind of like, they're not quite preppy, but they're not quite thug. You know, they've got their ever so trendy Caesar-style haircuts. I'm not sure if, like, Clooney was, like, famous at the time. You know, when Dusk Till Dawn hit, like, everybody had the Caesar, I guess. That's how it worked out. I don't know, go watch Pop-Up Video on VH1 for more detail. Anyhow, so we go outside, and there's a couple fat white teenage boys in shorts and, like, sweatshirts, hooded sweatshirts, but without the hoods up, with their Caesar haircuts, talking about, I'm bored, dude, that movie sucked, what are we gonna do? I don't know, let's go harass some girls, that sounds great. So my old man, if you can believe this, he takes his cane, his walking stick, because he's an old man, and he's been through some shit, let me tell you. He walked with a cane, okay? So he takes his cane, and, like, I see him approaching these boys with a look in his eye, like, and I'm just like, oh, God, I hope so. No. I'm expecting really bad shit to happen. I'm like, oh, can't we have a good night? Like, that movie wasn't the greatest, but I'm willing to just say, I had a good night. But I see him approaching these kids, and I think he's gonna fucking annihilate them, like brutalize them, like probably end up in jail, cause like they kick the chairs pretty hard, and he's got a bad back. He walks with a cane. So luckily he snuck up behind these kids. He had the stealth going in his favor, right? So he kind of like sneaks up, and he has the rubber tip on his cane, so it's like creeping up behind these boys. And there's a trash can with like a metal lid, you know, like a Raiden hat, but it's not made of straw. It's made of metal, like most trash can lids. Anyways, it's not really a lid because it's got a hole in the middle. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyways, they were standing close to the trash can, and he takes his cane, and he goes, and let me tell you, that trash can lid sounded like a drum cymbal. Kind of like a china, if you've ever heard one. And these kids, these teenagers, they were so startled. They were very startled. It was like that South Park episode where Stan's dad is like totally startled. He was extremely startled. Like, you should have seen these little bitches flinch, man. Like Twitch flipped them, man. They jumped. They were like, ugh! Like, because it was really loud. And they were right next to it. Just clank. That kind of sounds like a cowbell. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't drum, man. I got no rhythm when I'm doing melodies. Here, I'll try harder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. More cowbell, Jage! It's not a cowbell, it's a Raytheon tumbler. And back in the day, it was a trash can lid. But you know what he said to those kids? He says, hey, punks. He called them punks. And he said, hey, you punks. If you keep fucking around like that with people, one of these days you're gonna get shot. So, you should cut that chicken shit out. And they're just like, okay. And then he says, come on, mijo, let's go. And I go, yes, father, let's go. And, let's just say I was real glad that that's all it was. Like, those kids looked like they'd seen a ghost, and he made his point. Probably had to take a pain pill because he got kicked in the back of his chair. You know how it goes. And me, I was just glad to see the movie. One of these, what the fuck movie was it? Like I said, you know what? We got a video game to play. I'll contemplate that. Like the way you were contemplating what he might have done. But it was just like it was like fate, man. They were standing right next to the goddamn trash can. It's seriously, it was fate, man. The line was drawn in the sand. The line was drawn on the phone book of time, man. I'm telling you, it's true. All right, back to rocking out with the Vulcan. I hope this isn't loud. Let me get my headphones. My bad. When does this cut out? Is this gonna cut out? Dude, oh, there it is. Okay, okay, give me a second. Oh, shit. I can't control the music level? Here, oh, desktop audio is down, so I guess you guys are okay. Here, I'll try to set it at something appropriate. Is that yeah, that looks about appropriate. It's so loud, but I can turn down the volume like that. And now I don't have to shout anymore, but I probably will, because, like, I've been drinking. But we'll get started in 1 minute, I promise. I'm making a cigarette. When I walked in the door, I walked in right at that point when the music cuts out, you know? Like, I'm rocking out, damn, and then it all stops with the cymbal, like, ringing, and I'm like, hello? Hello? I was, like, tripped out. I was like, is it supposed to do that? I don't remember that happening. That's, like, yeah, that part. So, that was a weird way to come back to the stream, but it was all good. It's like I got, like, pranked, I got punked, I got a practical joke, I guess, in a way. Good one, software developer for Vulcan Sacrifice. Good one. I suppose that's a good idea to put that little stop in there because, like, damn it. Like, if you didn't, it would just seem like a never-ending loop, which, like, I don't know, man, that's not a good idea to have a loop in a piece of software ever, really, if you think about it. Of course, loops are an integral. Loops are a necessary part of software development and computer programming. So, they are unavoidable. Right up there with an if-then-else statement, a decision statement, as most people in the developer world or programmer or whatever. Yeah, the novice usually says if-then-else. A programmer usually says decision statement. But yeah, a loop is about that. Or an iteration. If a loop only occurs once, that's an iteration. If it occurs twice, that's 2 iterations. Yeah, so what? Well, it's just a bad idea to have too many loops. They could turn into an infinite loop if you're not careful. Or, even if you are careful, they could turn into an infinite loop. That's why they're best to be avoided, the loops, if you can help it. I mean, I'm not saying to use go-to statements instead. No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, like, unless you're really good with the go-to statements. I mean, oh man, how many languages even have those anymore? Does Python have go-to? I've never seen it. I've read a lot of Python code. I've never seen the word go-to. It doesn't even have it, does it? Here, I'm gonna light this and pick up my controller. Here, I picked up my controller. I'm plugging it in. I just gotta know real quick. Does Python have go-to? I'm gonna Google that. We'll see. I gotta see. I know you probably know already, but I got. I'm gonna unplug my Wi-Fi. If this kills the stream, I'll be okay. I have Cat 5. This shouldn't kill shit. I gotta plug my controller into something, man. I broke my wireless controller a while ago. Or, wait a minute. feel so foolish. Wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? I can't plug that in because all my USB ports are full. But I can enjoy the luxury of a wireless controller. All I gotta do is, all I gotta do, this fucking, hey, that's interesting, it was right under me. Almost like it was fate. It's fate. Oh, okay. This works. This was Lothar the Third loaned me this. This is his controller that he uses with the emulation station, otherwise known as the Super Console X, the Emulec emulation station. I kind of erased his SD card. I'm gonna redo it before I give it back to him. Okay? I needed the storage. I didn't have the 5 terabyte drive. I was kind of drunk. I kind of needed the storage, so he won't mind. It'll all be just like he left it, like roughly. I found the whatchamacallit. I found the image. No, well, yeah, there is an image. I found the torrent on the Internet Archive for the Emulec emulation station from, well, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so does Python have loops? I don't know. Does Python have loops? Tell me. I gotta know, man. I gotta know. I mean, like, obviously, if a Python coils up, like a fucking, like what, JJ? Like the Pattis disc juggler mascot, that little green snake? If a Python coils up like that, then it's gonna have loop Python. Oh no, does it have goto? That's what I mean. Yeah, of course it has loops. The equivalent of a goto in Python. You know what that says to me? That Python ain't got no goto. So, that makes sense. Because why would anything have a goto anymore? You know, that spaghetti code, it's to be avoided, really. It really is. It's like, it can lead to some stringy situations. Man, when I say stringy, I don't mean with a lot of chars. Okay? I'm not talking about the ASCII code. No, I'm saying stringy like spaghetti. That's what I mean. Like a cat's fucking cradle and shit, man. Like you're rocking the baby with the yo-yo and crap. That kind of stringy. Like some overcooked cheese, like some mozzarella that's all like... And I digress. Alright, why do I like this video game? I don't know. It's alright. I kinda like the theme song. It's got a good hook. I don't like that part where like it stops and then the symbol is... I don't know, I guess I kinda like that part too. I don't know. Whatever, man. Whatever. God damn it. Sorry, guys. Forgive me. This is all my fault. What is my mouse doing? Oh, son of a bitch. Am I sitting on something else now? That's a cigarette box. This is ridiculous. Come on now. Do you see what my... You can't even see. I'm trying to get my mouse. There's something dragging it down. I'm going to turn this controller off. I guess it was the controller dragging it down. That's too bad. I was just gonna like do this little number. You know the one. Where I utilize the controller functionality of the Valve publisher, software publisher, the Steam controller thing. Because, like, I want to utilize this I haven't had a wireless controller in fucking ever, man. It's been months. It might even be longer. Like, I broke that, I broke that, like, a long fucking time ago, man. On the stream the other day, when you were looking at the controller parts laying on the ground, like, before I had everything all cleaned up and spiffy, like, so I can pace back and forth when I have anxiety now and hopefully not freak out anymore on camera. Like the fucking, whatchamacallit, yeah, that was my old wireless controller. I couldn't fix it. My soldering iron ain't good enough. Like, the trigger, the bumper, excuse me, got worn out. Didn't work. I needed to replace the bumper, but I can't desolder and resolder a new bumper because, like, my soldering irons are, like, either too weak or too strong. It's like Goldilocks, but there's no just right. Just like most things in you know what? No. Alright. Controller. Xbox is legit, yeah. We need generic. Okay. How to enabled by developer. Okay. Let's go to big picture mode because I don't feel like my goddamn shit's enabled at all. Wait a minute. Did I use a controller last? Alright, I'll just use the Xbox controller. This pissing me. I'm pissing myself off. Bucket. Bucket, man. Who needs a wireless controller? Not Zark the Avenger, apparently. Excuse me, not jjstyles. No. We don't need shit. This needs a fucking bad attitude and something to bitch about, apparently. If we're not bitching about mind control and freedom of speech, we're bitching about wireless controllers. Yeah. Just gotta have a drink, a nice CTA cocktail, and something to bitch about. Alright. Let's bitch about getting our asses handed to us in this Vulcan Sacrifice game show. Alright. That works. Portal Games. Bart returns to Anvil and the elders present him with a new axe as a token of thanks. 9 months pass. Melbareth again begins hurling smoke and fire. The elders of Anvil again call to Bart to seek Vulcan in his mountain home and to save their town from certain doom. Sorry. Is this thing on? It's ridiculous. I never do the keyboard and mouse gaming. This is not my style. I can't wait any longer. This is already taken forever. Alright. I know better than to hit the Windows key in a game. See what I mean? I never... That was a rookie move. Oh, I threw my weapon away, son of a bitch. I gotta go get it. But I gotta figure out how to jump. There. Okay, I got it. Let's play. Ah! 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 And I'm dead. Sorry. Let me get rid of the cursor. Although an attractive shade, it is not anything but a distraction at this point. Yes, Bart returns, and yada yada. Okay. That's how we were supposed to do that part. Oh, I landed on the spikes. I was aiming for the pillar. What the fuck? That was ridiculous. Alright, one more time. Third time's a charm, hopefully. God damn. That time I jumped. Yeah. Oh, that was weird. Thank goodness, right? I wasn't... If you don't have your axe, you're basically not ready to fight, so... You kinda need your axe to throw down, if you know what I'm saying. Whoa! Alright. Just like that. Whoa! Oh, look at all those skeletons just waiting to... Oh, shit. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be antisocial, but the chat's gotta go away for a little while, because you can't see the skeletons even. You know what I mean? That's why I do the chroma key. I try not to block things, like, in the video game, you know? Sorry. I'd put the chat, like, up there, like over, I don't know, man. I'm drunk, alright? Give me a break. Thanks for watching the jjstyles0001 stream here on twitch.tv, where we're playing, Vulcan Circumcision. Wait a minute. That's not right. On twitch.tv. Oh, God! Vulcan Sacrifice. That's right. Whoa! That was a close call, huh? And our protagonist continues. He's trying to save his people, his village. They've had a terrible, terrible problem lately. They thought it was over and done with, but their problem came back. Should I throw it? Nah. Gruesome. The humanity. Yeah. Showed them who's boss. Boss of my big mouth? I suppose. Wish I could eat that mushroom. That would be pretty dope. And now we'll throw it. Almost like a trash can at Double Dragon. Don't whirl and fling things. What was that, a banshee? Or something weird? Some kind of evil, demonic, demon kind of creature with wings. I guess a banshee makes more noise than that, right? I did hear it screech, though. It's like, Hey, you wanna know something? I actually had a copy of Tolkien's Bestiary when I was like this tall. And, I glanced it over, but I just didn't get into it. It wasn't cyberpunk enough for me. I was too busy watching Voltron, GoBots, Mask. Like, I'm sorry, guys. It's true. I've never been much of like an RPG kind of guy. Even back when I was this tall and I didn't know what an RPG really was. Yeah, I was like, thanks, Mom. This bestiary is pretty cool. What the fuck? A griffin? A dragon? What? I'd rather go to the zoo, you know? Like, I just didn't get it. I didn't need to fantasize yet. Life wasn't so shitty back then that I needed to fantasize about other worlds quite yet. I was quite happy thinking about the future and how bright it was gonna be. Whoa! Fuck! Not his future, though. Oh, man. I thought I had it. It's all good. No, not at the beginning. Come on, now. Can't believe I'm playing with a keyboard. Well, I guess there's no mouse. This totally sucks. I'm not gonna play this way anymore. I gotta map a freaking controller. Pronto. Let's see. Hold on. I wonder how many hours I have logged in OBS Studio as of now. Fuck. Am I tripping, yo? What the hell? What the heck? Oh, there we go. No, I don't want that. I want the installed ones. God damn it. There we go. Well, I guess I'll look up my hours on OBS later. Okay. Up, okay, left bumper. Yeah, okay. I know how to do this. I know how to do this, okay? Okay, wait. Okay, so this needs to equal up. Oh my god. Got this. Select the keyboard command for directional pad up. Where's the arrow keys? Are you, what? Wait a minute. I wonder if, I didn't try WADs. Granted, that's more of an FPS kind of thing. I hate this shit. What seriously, nobody's mapped a fucking controller thing for this game yet? What the hell? I guess people really hate this game, huh? I mean, how else could there be no... What the fuck, man? Am I missing something? There must be a mapping. Alright, forget about it. Forget the mapping. Who cares? I'll do a better job, right? I'll do a better job. Let's see, does WADS work? No? Wait, what? Oh, let me see. D is right. Yeah, WADS works. A is left, D is right. Okay. I don't need up because up doesn't do anything. So left is gonna be A. Gamepad command. No, I don't want a gamepad command. Or wait, yeah, that. No. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, left. D-pad left. Directional pad? No. You gotta make a keyboard, yo. How drunk am I? Okay, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. I think. Fucking Christ. Okay. Keyboard. Hey. Thank you. Now. Keyboard. D. Yes. Now when I want to jump using, I think, what would I use in Mario? I'd use this one, the D button. So, buttons. Button. Hey! Why does it say official layout? Am I making it? Or wait, Turtle? Can I use that? Yeah? God, I hope this works. Let's get back to the fucking game, shall we? I've had to use the Y button? Whatever. Hey! I'm doing Kung Fu. I know Kung Fu. Oh. That is a fucked up layout. Y button and A button. That's fucked up, but I'll work with it. I gotta do the thumb index finger thing, if you can believe that. It's worth it. It's worth it. I can work with that better than a keyboard. I didn't think there were spikes down there. I was gonna go whoop ass. Motherfuckers. I was gonna show those skeletons who's boss. I don't need an axe. I'm becoming a vocalist. I'm a vocalist now. I don't need my axe. Alright, I guess I need my axe still. Son of a bitch. You know, it's okay. I know how to wield the axe. Pretty well, thank you very much. Okay, it looks like I've got a bit of a path. I've got to do like a frog hopping from lily pad to lily pad to rock to get across the pond. Except in this case, it's like a spiky kind of a... It worked. Whoa! Okay! Whoa! Whoa! See, that's what you were thinking. You're thinking those skeletons don't look so difficult, right? But then from out of nowhere, one of those banshee freaking things, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I see, the skeletons aren't difficult, but they're kind of a distraction, because you gotta get past them, right? Such is life. Say la vie. Yeah, those horned things, those Viking zombies, they look a little more formidable, but you know, they're all basically hackable. I guess I don't need the spare axe. That's cool. I didn't want it. I like this axe. Whoa! I can't jump that high. What do I do? Ooh. Oh, okay. I kind of had to, like, do a double jump thing. Uh-oh. Wow! I had, like, 2 axes. Is that how it works? Oh, I see. 1, 2. Okay. Got it. We might actually make it to level 3. Son of a bitch. Cross your fingers. Fucking skeletons. Freaking me out. Wish I could, like, climb. You know what? Who needs mushrooms? Who needs climby vines? I got my axe. Whoa, how did I do that? Huh. Alright. I guess I'm magic. I know Kung Fu and I'm Superman. Oh, I knew it. It had something to do with the mushroom power. Okay. Yeah, I like the high ground. This is way better than surface dwelling. Right. Surface dwelling's okay, but I mean, like, only when I have to. Oh, we're at a new part. Is this a checkpoint? God, I hope it's a checkpoint. If I die and have to start over, that's the end of the stream. Alright, you hear me? That's it. We're too deep into this, man. Can't fuck up now. Hopefully this is just the end of the level, right? Oh, it's my friend! Ah, mighty hero. Again, you come to my forge. I can guess why you have returned. Melbareth has awoken from its slumber and wishes to destroy your town. Basically, bro, you read my mind. Yes, oh great Vulcan. Once again, my town Anvil is in jeopardy. I seek thee to save my town from doom and discover why Melbereth wakes. Melbereth has awoken because the power you gave was not enough to stop the eruption completely. I will require more power. Should I try to sound more like the Vulcan? I will require more power from. I can't. My throat. It's not natural, you guys. I'm sorry. I will require more power from you to forge stronger shackles. I ask you, brave hero, which essence do you wish to give up this time? Aw, man. You know what? I'm used to being weak.
We shall see what comes to pass.
Yeah, I'm used to it. We shall see what comes to pass. I hope so. Alright. Thanks, man. Bart returns to Anvil with a heavy heart. For much has he sacrificed, and the doubt that the volcano has not been vanquished looms over him. Anvil returns to a time of peace. Melbereth sleeps for 6 months before reawakening. The elders, desperate for salvation, call on the weary hero to save the town. Bart begins his climb again. So that's the cycle. Every 6 months, shit goes haywire. And Bart's gotta do what needs to be done with his axe and his Vulcan friend. Okay. Let's see what, this voyage... I don't know why the voyage changes, because, like, doesn't the Vulcan dude live where he lives, and doesn't Bart live where he lives, and isn't the path always the same? Well, you know what? I guess these are tumultuous times, and, you know, the times, get changing and stuff, I guess. And so is the land, maybe, perhaps, I guess. Is that a cheap? No, my bad. Am I gonna die if I jump in the water? I'm scared, man. Can Bart swim? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if Bart can swim. What are my options? Jump off a cliff? It sounds like a bad idea. Let's try it anyway. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. You know, it's shit like this. This is why I find bugs in software. Because I do what you don't expect, and what the programmers didn't program for, because they didn't expect it. So, granted, in this case, the programmers at, what was the name of this publisher? I forgot. What was this? The programmers at come on, Steam. What's Steam doing? Hey, Steam, what are you doing? What is Steam doing? Open sacrifice. Take me to my library. Come on now. Show me the shit I have down. I'm not used to having, like, the storage space I got right now, so that I don't have any of this crap installed. This is ridiculous. I was thinking I'd get to Watch Dogs Legion sooner rather than later, but, like, what am I trying to say? Yeah, I'm still backing up my hard drives. No, don't abort the game. Don't do that. Here, take me home. Take me home tonight. Alright, I'll spare you. It's okay. I know. It's Monday. I know. I hate Mondays too. I really hate Mondays. See, this is typical Monday bullshit. I'm just trying to find. I can remember Melbareth. Those are the bad guys, right? And Bart and the Vulcan and his town is called something or other. Damn it. Here. I got this, I think. Here. I'm gonna exit big picture mode. I'm done with you. I'm not that good at big picture mode. I'm really not. I'm just kind of like so with the big picture mode. It's probably apparent, but let's see. We don't want to restart. Restart. Wait. What? No. Steam Web Helper is not responding. Yeah, I waited. I'm a patient person. I've always been patient. They say there's a fine line between biding one's time and wasting one's time. I don't care. I'll bide. I'll waste. I'm patient. That's how I got to be this old. I guess. So the publisher is Turtle. How could I forget Turtle? So the publishers at Turtle Games anticipated me doing some crazy shit like what? Ah! But you know, not all programmers do, and that's how I find these security bugs. Or not necessarily security bugs, maybe just bugs, maybe just glitches, maybe just like blue screens of death, shit like that. Yeah. Something like that. That's how I got to be elite, by doing things nobody expects. You're okay, JJ. You're elite. Thanks, Johnny Lee Miller. You look really cute in that dress. I gotta go pee. Hey, at least we got a new guitar riff to listen to, right? I'll be right back. It's horrible. I'm not gonna forget this time. It's horrible. Whoops. off his controller until the broad daylight. Oh, yeah. Once again, nerds, nerds, nerds. Here on the jjstyles0001 stream, here on twitch.tv. You know, I don't want to spoil things for you, but, you know, by like the third sequel, Ogre turns into a nerd, right? Actually, he discovers that he's a nerd, and he never knew it. Basically, the nerds take over, man. You know, you've seen that. You know, it's no spoiler. All right, this is how it goes, man. Like Lewis and freaking Gilbert and Booger and Lamar and what's his name, Mouser, the little kid that's only this tall. It's quite the techno geek. But you know, that's what the stereotype was back in the day, is that the kids are the ones that know how to work the tech, whereas the adults, they're the ones that know how to do, you know, old school shit, right? So, you know what I'm saying. You believe me, don't you? I assume you believe me, because, like, shit, man. Fuck. Here, you can go away. Cancel. Thank you. Let's see. Cool. Fuck, man. I know you believe me, because, here. Where's my browser? Where's my damn... Okay, I need a new browser. Flat out. If we were to go to, like, a place where they have videos such as, like, youtube.com, or maybe, I don't know. I think this works. Am I spelling that right? I don't think I spelled it right. It's something like Is that the right way to spell it? No? Oh, come on, Ecosia, tell me. I want to get this tree planted. Where do I go for videos? Like, NVIDIAs, right? Yeah, that's how you spell it. Oh, it's .io. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. I just, what can I say? I guess I'm full of hot air. I burped, but now I'm not, okay? I mean it though, this commercial, this phenomenon that I speak of, this isn't what I want. Fuck it. Alright, YouTube, show me what I want. Do I have to be connected to the dark web to use NVIDIAs? I forget. I was really drunk the last time I used it. Okay. Commercial? Kid. Tech. Support. Okay. Let's see if this proves my point. 13 years ago, that's about the era when
Internet's
kids...
not working? Still?
Did you unplug your router?
Yeah.
I tried that. It doesn't work.
It still doesn't work.
Is IP address correct?
I entered the IP address and that doesn't work.
Is IP address correct?
Okay. Can you guys just come over here and take a look at this?
Thank you for calling. For TV, press 1. For customer service, press 0.
I am invincible!
Get customer service that lives where you do.
Okay, Time Warner. You know, back in the day, Time Warner were the only fiber optic providers here in town. It's true. You can believe that. That wasn't what I was looking for. Like, you guys have heard Amy Schumer talk about, like, giving her mom tech support. This is kind of like what I'm talking about, but Amy Schumer's way older than what I'm talking about, okay? I'm talking about, like, Revenge of the Nerds, like, Mouser, I think is his name. Like, that was the stereotypical person to go to for tech support back in the day. If you wanted to have your computer fixed, you'd go to the kid for the antivirus, for the defragging, for, like, the FDisk format reinstall, like what? You name it. You'd go to your paper boy, basically. That was the stereotype. And luckily, it made me a little extra Skrilla on the side. But, no, this is... Come on now. Somebody prove my point, please. Somebody? I typed in kid. How about child? If I type in child, will that work? Oh, I need a space. Pardon me. No. That has nothing to do with what... See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about, people. YouTube and Google totally suck. I don't get what I'm looking for anymore. What is this? For 20 fucking years, I've been getting, like, roughly 20 years, I've been getting exactly what I expect to get. And these days, I don't get... Okay, I think... Wait. Nope. I've seen that commercial before. I know he's explaining it to kids, and it's... They get off the beaten path. It's off topic, but it's funny. Oh my god. Let me stop and think if I can think of a brand name where the commercial actually fucking, like, a Cox. How about Cox, man? Come on. I know I've seen one Cox commercial where a kid does that shit, man. How about, vintage? Fucking vintage Cox commercial, please. Just like, yeah, I'll leave kid, just in case it's like a keyword. Fox commercial halitosis. Not quite. Roger Rabbit. Alright, we can take a diversion. Please, Eddie.
We're too much more than entertain. We install and we maintain. Man control. Find the pole. With Cox Cable. Count on me. And count on me.
Count on
To bring the world's best TV. 'Cause all we do for you.
Me?
Cox Cable.
That's cool. What a friendly bunch. I like those guys. They seem really committed to TV. I like it. Committed to the video. I'm ready to be committed, but I used to be committed to the video. Yeah, no. Oh, I hate that guy. That digital dork. Fuck that guy. He's such a preppy little fucking... He reminds me of the Duracell battery people. You know, the plastic Duracell battery people? Here, plastic Duracell battery. I want to type battery fuckheads, but I'm just gonna type people. Plastic Duracell. Yeah, these fuckers, man. This is creepier than Black Hole Sun.
So, is everybody using Duracell batteries?
You kidding? The second I heard they had a battery that outlasts all other brands, I bought the family a whole case.
Reminds me of the first time we tried Duracell batteries. We were living in Tulsa with your great aunt Emma. We shared a one-room apartment.
One room apartment?
Herb, did you
Dead
slip her
battery.
one of those other batteries?
Me?
What a
The copper
prankster,
top.
right?
Tops them all.
You know, that may seem cute, that may seem clever, but ultimately it's fucking gross. Okay, I'll take the Energizer Bunny any day of the week. Hello? Yeah, thank you. And now YouTube's getting into my fucking mind. They're getting into my frame of mind. They're getting into my zone. Man, they're catching my vibe. That's what's it. Come on. Come on, YouTube. You used to know
For
me.
years, you've seen some commercials where one battery company's toys outlast the other toys. So you may have assumed their battery outlasts even Energizer batteries. Fact is, Energizer was never invited to their playoffs. And today's Energizer won't be invited either. Why? Because no battery lasts longer than Energizer. So now you know. A word to the wise. Energize.
No shit, right? You have to be a dumbass? Or how's about, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so crude or cruel or otherwise disparaging. What I meant to say was, oh, so what you're telling me is a not-so-wise guy uses non-energizer batteries, huh? So, like, see, if you've been watching the jjstyles0001 stream for a while, you'll know I've been using that term not-so-wise guy ever since like a week or 2 or 3 ago, whenever it was. And it was a good time. And I'm still using it. And, it's true, though. Like, granted, I'll use Duracell Energizer, fucking ever ready. Like, you got a battery? Like, look, here's the deal. If my multimeter says that the AA or the AAA is above 1.5, I'm using it, okay? And if my multimeter says that the 9-volt is like 8 or above, I'm using it. I don't give a fuck if it's railback, fucking, what's the other one? Shit, man, I don't care if it's Kirkland from Costco. I don't care if it's Radio Shack. Wait a minute, they went out of business. Dude, I got Radio Shack batteries that I'm still using, if you can believe that. And you know I'm not lying. I'm not one to lie. I'll joke around, I'll kid around with you, but I expect you to know. I don't cater to the lowest common denominator here on the JJ Style 0001 stream on twitch.tv, brought to you by Bright Idea Records, located at http://brightidearecords.com. The brightest minds in motherfucking music. Anyhow, yeah, we don't cater to the lowest common denominator. We're hoping you're a little brighter than that. And, wait, what was I just talking about? I can't remember, man. Oh, man. I was just going to talk about the Pee-wee. I was going to say that this is... I was considering starting the JJ Styles 0001 stream. Today, I was considering starting it by saying, hey, welcome to the JJ Styles Playhouse. And then I was going to be all like, well, okay, yeah, it's not really a house. It's more like a room. And, you know, sometimes we play, sometimes we work, sometimes we just go to hell. Go to hell! You're like, you know, we get a little depraved here. We get a little twisted, maybe. Maybe we get a little dark. Maybe we get a little real. Maybe we get a little wise. We're wise guys. We're gonna poke fun at everything. You know what? This ain't no fucking playhouse. This is a fucking play dimension. Welcome to JJ's Play Dimension in virtual reality. That's what I was gonna get
Chuck
at.
Barris Stages in Hollywood, California. It's The Dating Game. Here's the star of the show and your host, Jim Lang.
Huh.
Thank you, and welcome once again to the dating game. Well,
Okay.
it's time to meet our first 3 eligible bachelors for game number 1.
Nice tie, bro.
Here they are.
That's so cute. Bachelor number 1 has won an Emmy and a Clio, and he's a very talented writer who unwinds by skin diving, hang gliding, and playing checkers. And he is Bill Taub. Bill, welcome. Bachelor number...
Dude, this reminds me of TwitchCon, if you can believe that. In San Diego. I'm serious.
Number 3 is a comedian who loves listening to the radio, watching TV, and watching birds. And he's known for his ability to walk on a tightrope and do trapeze work. Meet Pee Wee Herman.
Are you kidding me?
And tennis, jogging, skiing, baseball...
I was just about to say, but TwitchCon was more entertaining. Now I'm intrigued, I
And
suppose.
women with an incredible sex drive are Bachelor number 3's hobbies. A salesman whose goal is to make lots of money. Please welcome Bill Goldstein. Billy? And there they
Make
are.
lots
Those
of
are our
money.
three bachelors raring to go. And it's
Good
time
for
now to meet
Mr.
our young lady.
Goldstein.
She's been in our soundproof booth for game number 1, and here she is. All right. This lovely lady describes herself as a wild and crazy kind of a girl. She's won awards for her baton twirling and is a former contestant from
She's got
Ted Max's
fantastic
Original
teeth.
Amateur Hour. Let's say hello to the dynamite, Carrie Fry.
And quite a tan.
Hello, Carrie. Ted Max Amateur Hour. Did you twirl your baton?
That was a long time ago.
Did you win?
No, I didn't.
Well, I tell you, you can't lose today. Absolutely not. There are 3 bachelors over there. One of them will be your date anyway. The decision is totally yours after you've asked some questions, okay? We'll start with a hello and just see how they sound. Number 1, would you give a nice hello to Carrie, please?
Yeah, I'm just like the
very glad
Twinkie
you asked me that.
on Fan.
I'd like to make this
Yeah, we
perfectly
gave
clear.
him a baton.
Hello.
We didn't know, you know.
We finally got him on the show, Carrie. All right. How about number 2?
Hi, Carrie.
And number 3?
Hello, Carrie. I feel super. How do you feel?
Okay. Well, Carrie, that gives you a little idea what they sound like. Stay right here. And think about
Is this for real? I mean, is this reality? What do you think Pee Wee would do with her?
Welcome back to the dating game, Carrie. Those were interesting hellos, indeed. You had a little time to think about them. Now, shall we get on with the game?
We sure should.
All right, have a
Her
seat then. Make
teeth and
yourself
her
comfortable
eyes
there.
are so
Good luck, bachelors,
wide.
'cause one of you is
I'm
gonna be
wondering if
very
it's a
happy.
video
Good luck.
effect.
Here we go.
Okay, guys, you ready?
Yes.
Yep. Bachelor number 1. What's the first thought that comes to your head when you hear the word hot?
Yeah,
When I hear the word hot, I think of summer, I think of beaches, I think of sand,
I
I
like
think
the
of
way
rolling
she
in
said
the
hot.
sand,
Okay, I
and I think
decided.
of sweating a lot.
All right, you're coming from the same place I am. Number 2, what's the first thought that comes to your mind when you hear the word go?
Where do you think
hear
she
the word
is
go,
now?
I think about when I was taking traffic school lessons and when I was
Probably dead.
driving in my car and going real fast in my little Volkswagen bus and speeding
Not
down
that
the
old.
street real fast and trying to get over to your house.
Oh, that was kind of smooth. Trying to get to your house.
Okay, number 3,
Good way
how
to
about
finish
the
it,
word
Pee Wee.
stop?
Stop. Had to be a date when I was about 16 years old, and the girls kept saying, stop,
Stop.
stop.
And what did you do?
I kept trying,
You kept going. Okay. Bachelor number 2. I can't stand it when a guy's too easy. How are you going to make things tough for me? Well, for one thing, I'm going to wear a bodysuit underneath my clothes.
Oh. Be like Leslie Nielsen in The Naked Gun. Maybe wear a body
How
condom.
about you, number 1?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would you believe me if I told you they used to sell those body condoms at Spencer's gift store? Maybe they still do. I don't know.
I can't stand it when a guy's too easy. How are you going to make things hard for me?
I can be bought. It's going to cost you money.
Says Mr. Goldstein. Oh no, never mind. No, not Mr.
Okay,
Goldstein.
when I go out
Bachelor
and I get
number
really crazy, I start to howl. Bachelor number 3, let's hear your best howl. How about
Okay.
you, number 1? All right, number 2.
They're all. She just said she doesn't like it when a guy's too easy. You know, I can tell she's ready for. at the most. At the very most. But not like, oh well. I guess these horn dogs. Yeah, that is the right vernacular. That is the right term. These horn dogs are just too horned. Go figure.
Down, boys, down.
Bachelor number 1. What does your sexiest outfit look like?
I'm wearing it.
You're wearing it? Well, I can't see it.
It's open all the way down.
Do you have any clothes on?
That was a smooth thing to say,
No
actually.
socks.
It's got her thinking about him.
Okay, let's all regress back to our childhood now, okay? Baby number 3. What have you got waiting for me in your playground?
The cutest little sucker and a little thing that swirls around on the top of my crib. We'll have so much fun with that. It's incredible.
What is a little sucker?
Well, the sucker's a happy face sucker for us to share.
Okay, how about
Emoticon
you number
sucker?
2?
Well, I have one of those little battery-operated toy dogs that you push the button and it yaps, whoop, 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 and stuff like that.
Those
Like one of those
backflips.
monkeys that goes like this, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's their faces.
Okay.
Alright. That's
Okay,
cool.
Bachelor,
Cybernetic, man.
Bachelor number 1. What's the best plan of action you're going to take after you've...
You know, I could probably take that little dog and turn it into a sex toy vibrator, but, you know, that'll be next stream, okay?
accidentally stepped on a lady at the beach?
After I've accidentally stepped on a lady at the beach,
Right.
I am going to try and get up and run away as fast as I possibly can.
You're going to just run away from her without any explanation or any apology?
Look, I'm not weird, alright? I could take this video game controller and turn it into a fucking toy. But, you know, that's a little too obvious, I think. Ever since Nintendo introduced the Rumble Pack, yeah, it's a little too obvious. But, you know.
None whatsoever. It's all her fault for being there.
Well, excuse me. Okay. Bachelor number 3. What's the silliest thing you've ever felt compelled to do and have done to a lady?
To a lady?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that...
A lady, that doesn't sound very exciting, because you can't do much to a... I want a lady in the street, but a freak in the sheets. Yeah, that term, that whole thing didn't get coined until much later on the timeline, really. But I digress, sorry.
Now, when I was about 17 years old, we were driving along the street, and we were talking about hanging, what they call some things out the window. And she said, "You can't do that," so I did it in the car. How about that? Silly enough?
He hung the dog in the car.
Okay.
Hang your dog outside the window. Oh, 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 oh. Hang your dog outside the door. You recognize that one, right? It's off the Untidy Suicides of You Degenerate Youth. Hang your dog outside the window. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. You'll recognize it when you hear it.
Bachelor number 2. What's your best used line for your come on to any girl in a bar?
Hi, baby. You know, I might not be old enough to drink, but you look like you're old enough to drink.
Boy, I'm running away right now.
Oh, shit. She don't want a statutory charge, apparently. That's too bad. Because that's Pee Wee Herman's shtick, is that he's like a little boy. Like, I don't know if you guys ever picked up on that. Like, Mr. Herman, or wait, Mr. Rubin basically made a living out of making a character that is a little boy. And that's why, you know, Pee Wee's the way Pee Wee is, right? And Cowboy Curtis and Missy Vaughn and the Genie and all that stuff, you know, It's all basically, you know, those are Pee-wee's friends and Pee-wee's little kid. So, there you go. Granted, when I was a little kid, I was a lot more provocative, but, you know, it was the 90s. It was to be expected, right? I mean, even Bobby on Bobby's World was, well, maybe like Bart Simpson. Yeah, Bart Simpson's a little closer to the...
Great job. Come on, guys. Now you must choose one for your date.
You know, as much fun as this is, I'll save this here. Let me bookmark it. I gotta check it out later, okay? But, you know, this has all been very fun, right? Isn't it fun making video? I think it's fun. It's great. It's great. It's a good time, a rollicking good time. I don't know, man. It is what it is. It's like, you can just trace back all the years, all the time, you know, all the memories. It's like a bunch of, like, hijinks, shenanigans, and sometimes knowledge, sometimes emotions, sometimes just, like, nonsense. Other times it's like, I don't know. Maybe like the dating game? Maybe. I don't know. What are you getting at, JJ? I remember this one time at band camp. No, that doesn't make any sense. What the hell am I trying? You know what? You know what? I'll spare you. I'll spare you all this rigmarole. Let's just look for dating. Dating? Yeah! Yay, JJ! You know what the nice... Okay. Bachelor number one. If you could be any food in the world, what food would you be? A food? Wow. That would be easy, my darling. I would be a nut cake. A nut cake? Yes, a nut cake. It's like a fruit cake, but instead of being really gay, it's just really crazy. Yeah, makes sense, right? Somebody get me out of this straitjacket. Yeah, I'd fuck her. Wait a minute. Hold on. One more time. Okay. Bachelor number one. Man, I wouldn't touch her. If you could be any... Dick. Are you kidding me? Let me guess. You ready to ask her out for a date, huh? You people are so fucking desperate. I swear to God. You want it. You want it. You're dying for it. I can tell. You're just like, oh, I totally hit that. She looks like a good time, right? I don't know, man. Look how old this video is, dude. Like, this video was uploaded back in, like, fucking 4 years ago. She's probably an old maid by now, right? Like, I can see the crow's feet already. It's like, you don't even want to go there. I'm telling you, bruh. She's probably got, like, some kind of thing you don't want. You know what I mean? Like a disease? Nah, man, like a dick. I mean, just like, you're trying to date a girl, right? Okay. I don't know. Bachelor number one. Mac on Sunny in Philadelphia. If you could be any food in the world, there's nothing wrong with that. What food would you be? See, it's nice having a OBS. So all I gotta do is rotate clockwise, and then next thing you know, I wish I was faster too. I could probably script this out, right? Like, I could be all like, fucking, you know, I don't want to fit the screen in that direction. God damn, I hate it when that happens. When I do fit the screen and it's all like, that's the wrong way. A food? Wow. That would be easy, my darling. Why is this video so fucking dark? Like, I didn't mean for my color to be completely off. Like, my contrasts and my brights and my gamma. No wonder this doesn't have 1 million hits. Nobody ever told me. My color is complete. It's like the room is so dark you can't even see anything. It's really, this is just ridiculous. So now I can rotate clockwise. I can adjust the brightness. Okay. And the saturation. Oh, I always like lots. No, I normally crank the saturation these days, but this video already has plenty of saturation. Alright, hue should right about there. Opacity? No, we don't need no. Alright, let me add a little bit of sharpness. I like the sharpen. Sharpen is good, because I don't have high-res cameras most of the time. So a little bit of the sharpen goes a long way. Alright, here we go. Here, and, let's see, how does she look? I'm curious. Oh, shit. Is that what she looks like in the light? You know, it's funny. Normally, ugly people or whatever look better in the dark or whatever they say, but this ugly bitch looks better in the light. I'm telling you. Hold on. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? They must be. Damn. I guess I would tap that son of a bitch. Okay. Bachelor number 1. If you could be any food in the world. Nice tube tot. Tube tot? No, it's not a tater tot. It's a tube top, JJ. That's what they call it, a tube tot. Nice tube tot. Did I say tot again? You know what? I'm just gonna shut up. God damn it. Somebody mute my microphone before I fucking... Okay. Bachelor number 1. If you could be any food in the world, what food would you be? A food? Wow. That would be easy, my darling. I would be a nutcake. Oh man, I lost my video window. You know, this happens to me all the time. That's fair. How do I always lose my fucking video window? Hold on. There's gotta be a way to find it, right? I got this here. How about I'll fit it to the screen, and that'll bring it back, right? Transform. Fit to screen. Bam, we got it back. Alright. A nut cake? Let's do that again. Nice bass. Eh? A nut cake? You're so nutty, JJ. You're such a nut. You're a nut cake. JJ's a nut. At least I was back then. A nut cake? What the fuck is a nut cake? I've heard of like a lot of cakes in my life. I've heard of a beef cake. I've heard of a fruit cake. I've heard of like, hey, is that some side boob? Is that some cleave? Damn, I bet she's easy. Oh my, but she's totally turned off by the psycho. You can tell she doesn't go for psychos. She's like, ew, he's crazy. I thought that was like a fashion statement, but that's like an actual straitjacket, isn't it? Yeah, it's an actual straitjacket. That guy is Fruit of the Loom? No, he's just like fruitier than a loom or something. No, he's not. He's a fucking. He's a nut. Yeah, that's the word. A nut. He's a nutcase. Look at that guy. You can tell he's a stone cold nutcase. He's a fucking psycho. Psychotherapy is what they want to give me. Psychotherapy is what they want to give me. I'm a teenage psycho. I'm gonna burglarize your home. Yeah. Yes, a nut cake. It's like a fruit cake, but instead of being really gay, it's just really crazy. Yeah, makes sense, right? Somebody get me out of this straitjacket. Alright, I've shared Vulcan Sacrifice. I've shared some pretty humorous shit. It's time for me to, like, vacate the premises, people. You know, we've already been streaming for, like, goddamn 5 hours. I do this every time, man. I think I'm an over streamer. Like, what is that, man? I was joking around about how I'm a marathon man, and, like, you know what? I'm not even trying to be anything like that, so that's not really what's going on. I'm just, like, I think I'm just a loudmouth. No, I'm not loud all the time. Only when I'm proud. Well, then what is it? I guess I just yakety yak. Don't talk back. Yakety yak, yakety yak. Don't talk back. I swear to God, you guys. I want to, like, show you some of this straitjacket humor I have on my github.com from back when I was this tall. I don't know, man. It's all good. It's just some more. You know what? This is son of a bitch. I can't pick it any better. Good night, everybody. Take care.
You're so clever, you're so witty. Damn, I wish that you were pretty. But I'm so horny, and you're not boring. So let's get scoring, and then do snoring. With the lights out, with the lights out, we can be who we need to be. With the lights out, with the lights out. With the lights out, wow, wow, wow. I get so hung up on cute little chicks. girls, they